from regular juror number 62. And the message was that juror number 62 had to attend to an emergency and had to leave the country today. As a result, juror number 62 has to be replaced out of the alternate pool. The court has discussed this with counsel and has indicated that it would have Madam Clerk draw the name of an alternate to replace juror number 62. Now, if counsel wishes, they can inspect the names of the jurors who are in the alternate pool who have been included in that draw, if you wish to do that. Attorney Felsen, Attorney Schoenhorn. Do you wish to inspect the names in the draw?
No, Your Honor, I'm familiar with those names.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you can draw a name and just indicate the alternate juror's number, but not the name.
$399.
Thank you. So alternate juror 399 is now a member of the regular jury. Are we ready to proceed?
May we just approach for a moment?
Yes.
If you can please raise your right hand, thank you. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will, without respect of any persons or favor of any person, decide this case between the state of Connecticut and the defendant based on the evidence given in court and on the laws of this state as explained by the judge, that you will not talk to each other about this case until instructed to do so, that you will listen to and consider what the other jurors have to say in deliberations about this case, that you will not speak to anyone else or allow anyone else to speak to you about this case until you have been discharged by the court, and that when you reach a decision, you will not disclose the decision until it is announced in court. So help you God or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And you may return. Is the state ready to proceed with its witnesses today?
Yes, Judge, I believe he's under cross-examination by Attorney Schoenberg.
Thank you. And we can bring the jury out, please. And would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
We continue this morning with the state's witness under cross-examination. You can bring in Detective Kimball. Good morning. You may be seated, Detective Kimball.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Attorney Schumer.
You know, in looking things over the weekend, I realized recall that weather.us map that I showed you?
Yes.
I realized it had central time on there. I don't know if you noticed that. So I took the liberty of going back to weather.us to get Eastern time for 11:59 on the evening of May 23rd. I'm going to put that up. I understand that there's no objection to Exhibit L.
That's for 12:59? For 1 a.m.?
Judge, I have no objection to defense L.
Defense L admitted as a full exhibit.
And if we could just put that screen on for a second, all right? So if you look at storm tracking from weather.us and you see that the red lines indicate the direction of storms, you see that?
Yes.
Right, and you see, if you look, you see the map we see up on the wall there, you have the Connecticut border way up at the top there.
Yes.
And you see the storms heading south, correct? According to those red lines, the moving direction, you see down at the bottom,
Yes.
and red means heavy storms, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just have the point it at the screen for a second. And you see that West Hartford is right here and Farmington is right about here, correct?
Yes.
You had also told us that you used Weather Underground for that time to determine that there weren't any storms in the area of Farmington, West Hartford, correct?
So I used weather underground for 1 o'clock, 12:59, to determine that there was, well, to find out if there was precipitation.
On
And-
May 24th between 12 and 1, correct?
Correct, and this is 11:50, spiritually 11:58.
Well, this is May 23rd, right?
Correct.
All right, so it's 12, just before midnight on the 24th, correct?
Correct.
And you said that the weather underground that you used was from Brainerd Airport, right?
Yes,
Now, Brainerd Airport is the old city airport in Hartford along the Connecticut River, right?
yes,
Now, Bradley Airport is the big Connecticut airport up in Windsor Locks, isn't that right?
yes,
And the Bradley Airport is closer to this location of Fort Jefferson Crossing than Brainerd Airport on the Hartford, East Hartford line, right?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure of that. I'm not that familiar with that area.
You did not look at weather underground for Windsor Locks where Bradley International Airport is, did you?
Trying to remember. I am not sure which I looked at, to be honest with you, whether it was Bradley or Brainerd.
All right. Do you recall, though, whether you looked at the one from Bradley? Would looking at a document perhaps refresh your recollection? I just have this marked for, well, I'm going to show it to you first. See if this might refresh your recollection. I realize it's little, but you have glasses on.
Yeah.
You can read it, all right.
Yes, it does refresh my record.
So in looking at, that at Bradley Airport, there were thunderstorms in the area, including heavy thunderstorms that early morning of between 12 and 1 a.m., right?
Can I look at that one more time?
Sure.
Thank you. It is small.
It is small. You've had a chance, and I'll mark this for ID, please. That would be
M.
M as in Mary, ID. So having reviewed that, does that help refresh your recollection that between 12 and 1, there were in the area of Bradley International Airport, heavy thunderstorms
There was a spike in the precipitation, yes,
right around that time, correct?
correct.
And just the kind of thing maybe a 12-year-old might get frightened of at 12 or 1 in the morning. Being woken
Check,
up.
Judge.
Well, sustained.
Each time that you met with Michelle Troconis, you continued to gather information concerning your investigation, correct?
Correct.
When I say you, I don't mean just you. I mean entire squads and teams of investigators, right?
That's correct.
You were working in conjunction with the New Canaan Police Department, right?
Right, correct.
You were able to call on troopers and detectives from the Hartford Central District Major Crime Squad, correct?
Correct.
You were working with members of the Western District Major Crime Squad from Litchfield, right?
Correct.
Troop G in Bridgeport,
Yes.
perhaps even Troop A in Southbury,
Yes.
as well as road troopers from the various barracks, correct?
Correct.
They assisted throughout this investigation, right?
Yes.
Gathering information,
Yes.
working with other officers,
Yes.
collecting information from various sources, right?
Correct.
You had, at the time you were talking with Ms. Troconis on the first occasion in June 2nd of 2019, you had at that point already the benefit of some phone records, right?
Yes.
You had Mr. Dulos's phone records, right?
We had Mr. Dulos's phone, the Cellbrite report from his physical handset. Yes.
And Cellbrite is a program, right? Isn't that what that is? You're calling it Cellbrite. We're not talking about Celebrite as a, like, celebrate. It's a computer program, right?
Yes.
And it's used to be able to open up and look at things that are on a phone, a cell phone, right?
Yes.
You can look at phone calls, right?
Yes.
If they exist still, text messages,
Yes.
internet searches,
Yes.
photographs that have been taken with that device,
Yes.
photographs that may have been downloaded to that device that someone else sends,
Yes.
emails,
Yes.
as well as geolocation, that is GPS location for various points where that phone activates, correct?
Yes.
In addition, by the time you were talking with Ms. Troconis, you had some video surveillance, some of which we've already seen, correct?
Yes.
Some of it was from the cameras you pointed out and talked about from Albany Avenue in Hartford, right?
Yes.
Some were Ring doorbell and other home surveillance devices that residents had, correct?
So you say when we spoke to her on, I'm assuming the second, June, the first interview.
Yeah.
We eventually definitely got Ring doorbell. I'm not sure on which specific date we got some of those videos. So I don't know if we had them at that point, Counselor.
You also had some interviews by that point, correct?
Oh, yes.
Especially, I had already asked you, and I'm not going to get back into it, but members of the Farber family, correct?
Yes.
You'd also had obtained some forensic information besides the cell phone, right?
Yes.
You had some lab work done, right?
Yes.
You had some initial reports about DNA, correct?
Correct.
And you had assembled all of that information through the various members of law enforcement in order to know what you were going to ask Ms. Troconis on June 2nd and again on June 6th, right?
We formulated a game plan for questioning her, yes. That's what you're asking.
Right. In other words, you actually came up with some kind of a, I won't call it a flow chart, but you had points you wanted to cover. Isn't that right?
Fair to say yes.
You would talk to the state's attorney's office as well, right?
Yes.
You did not share the information. Well, let me rephrase that. You didn't share all of the information that you had with Ms. Troconis, did you, when you talked to her?
No.
You did share some information, correct?
Yes.
And some of the information that you shared with her turned out to be inaccurate. Isn't that true?
Fair to say yes.
As a detective, we started to get into this, but I wanted to explore this a little more. You have actually been trained in investigative techniques, right?
Yes.
At least when dealing with adult suspects, adult witnesses, you are allowed to make up stuff, aren't you? To them.
Yes.
You're allowed to provide false information as a means of trying to elicit information from that individual, right?
Yes, correct.
So, for example, it's not in this case, but if you had told a suspect that someone else was confessing against them, you would be hoping that would elicit that person to say, oh, it wasn't me, I was just the standby, it was that other person. Isn't that a regular technique that's used?
Yes,
And sometimes if you have two people in custody at the same time, you have one detective saying the same thing to that other person, seeing who's going to talk first, right?
yep, yes,
Now, as I understand it, at the same time that when Ms. Troconis was placed in custody, Mr. Dulos was at the station, the New Canaan Police Station, for some of that same time, correct?
yes, that's correct.
He was then transported elsewhere after processing, right? He didn't
Yes.
stay there.
That's correct.
But Ms. Troconis stayed at the New Canaan Police Station, right?
Yes,
She was kept in a cell overnight
yes,
and for the next morning
yes,
until the next afternoon.
yes.
When you told Michelle Troconis that you had information that there were 30 stops along Albany Avenue disposing of garbage, you have conceded in a question to Mr. McGinnis that that was inaccurate, right? It wasn't a true statement, was it?
It was inaccurate, you're correct. It was an inaccurate statement.
Someone had told you that it was 30, or was that just a technique to come up with a number?
No, I was provided information that it was that
But you
number.
don't know who it was that told you that.
No, I don't recall specifically.
But you did actually swear in an affidavit that it was 30 stops, didn't you?
Yes,
So you at least thought it enough to swear to something under oath, even though it turned out to be untrue, right?
that's correct.
And you later corrected that in a supplemental report, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
You also told Ms. Troconis that you knew that Fotis Dulos was down in New Canaan in the morning of May 24th, 2019. You remember saying that in that first video, June 2nd?
Trying to remember whether I said that or whether we said that we both believe she was not being honest with us.
Well, I want to be more specific. Didn't you say you knew where he was because of, quote, science, unquote, that he was not in Farmington, but in New Canaan? The word science, both you and Detective Clabby use that, right?
Just object, Judge. I don't believe that the detective said that. I think it's a mischaracterization.
Well, the question is essentially, well, it's a leading question. You said that essentially science showed certain things. And so what is the objection?
Well, if I can just have a moment, Attorney Schonhorn.
No, right. I thought I had clarified. It was, if it wasn't you, it was Detective Clabby that said it. I believe you both said it, but at least in your presence, Detective Clabby used that line, isn't that true?
I remember Detective Clabby using that.
Okay,
I don't remember using it personally.
fair enough. Did Detective Clabby, when he was taught, did you discuss this with Detective Clabby before he said that?
Discuss his use of the word science,
Yeah.
not specifically the use of the word science, no.
Did you understand him, though, to mean the DNA exam that had been done by the lab at that point?
Which DNA done?
The state forensic lab, DNA results down in New Canaan that suggested there was some DNA, a small amount of DNA found on the faucet and maybe a doorknob.
Yes,
That's what you were understanding, what was being suggested to Ms. Troconis at that moment, correct?
that's correct.
Now, there were no fingerprints of Mr. Dulos down inside that house, were there, found?
No,
In fact, the only fingerprints you were aware of turned out to belong to one of the New Canaan police officers that went in there, right?
that's correct.
Michelle Troconis talked to you on that first date for at least 2.5 hours, correct?
Correct, yes.
She tried to explain things to you, right?
She spoke with us and she had an account of the day.
She had an account and she had at least an explanation for some of her activities, right?
Yes,
I noticed from the video that often either you or Detective Clabby would interrupt her mid-sentence. Did you notice that?
at times, yes.
Now, is that part of the interrogation technique to sort of interrupt and redirect?
Yes,
You also told her that some things were, quote, not important, unquote, that she was trying to explain to you. Isn't that true?
the specific words I'm trying to recollect, but there were things that she was telling us that were of lesser importance.
I'm referring specifically to the license plates that were recovered from the sewer drain.
Okay,
Do you remember Mr. Troconis telling you she didn't know anything about those license plates or what was in the FedEx envelope, and she had never seen that Suburban? Do you remember that
Yes.
conversation?
yes.
Do you remember saying to her, or maybe it was Detective Clabby, well, that's not important, that's not relevant?
I don't remember that.
Was it also part of your training to have two separate detectives asking questions and peppering a person with questions at the same time? And I don't mean at the same time, but I mean one after another.
Objection to the form, Judge, peppering.
Well, the court is going to sustain the objection, but that is not foreclosing the line that would lead to cross-examination techniques that could amount to what counsel describes as peppering.
I will ask a question a different way. Was it part of your training as a technique to have more than one officer directing questions one after another to a single person who's being interrogated?
That's not the best way to conduct an investigation or an interview.
It isn't the best way, is it? If you're trying to elicit information, it's not the best way, right?
Correct,
But there's nothing wrong with it, right?
correct.
You were still trying to get at information that maybe would lead to saving Jennifer Dulos, right, at this point?
We were trying to locate, yes, Jennifer.
And I just want to be clear about one specific point. When you told Michelle Troconis that you had proof or evidence that Fotis Dulos was not home at 6:40 in the morning, as she said, that was a interrogation technique statement, wasn't it?
We had his DNA on a faucet
But you,
at the crime scene.
right, but
so we
you,
didn't-
you know a lot about transfer DNA. You've learned about transfer DNA, right?
Yeah,
You
yes,
knew it was a minor, not a major amount of the combined DNA on that faucet, right?
Subject, Judge. I think it's hearsay.
Well, the question now goes to this witness's knowledge about transfer DNA and amounts. And so the question is, you know about, and the answer can be, no, I don't know about, or yes, I do. So the court's going to overrule the objection.
just re-ask the
Sure.
question, Counselor.
Well, you understood that there was a minor and a major contributor, that is more than one person's DNA mixed together on that faucet, right? You knew that at that point.
I understood that there was more than one person mixed together.
You also knew when you're questioning Michelle Troconis at that point that you knew that Fotis Dulos had been there at a picnic out in the backyard a day and a half earlier than May 24th, right? On the 22nd.
Outside of the house, yes.
Right, but there was food, right? You knew that.
Mhm. Yes,
There was
yes,
silverware and plates and all that stuff, right?
yes.
And you were aware that for part of that time, Jennifer Dulos and Fotis Dulos had interacted during that event at the house down in New Canaan, right?
Yes.
You also told Michelle Troconis that she would have to know what happened to Jennifer Dulos, right?
Yes.
Was that because she was living with Fotis Dulos that you said that?
Partially.
Was it because she was dating him at the time?
Partially.
Do you think that from what you had already told us about what you had learned about Fotis Dulos, that he was finally revealing his true self to this girlfriend?
Just gonna object, Judge.
Grounds.
Speculation, form,
I'm asking what he believed and thought
it's
during the
irrelevant.
questioning.
It's also irrelevant.
Well, if the court is to credit counsel's representation, the line of the questioning is, did you believe that Michelle Troconis either knew where Fotis Dulos was or knew more about what had happened to Jennifer Dulos than she was telling them? You believe that in part because this is how the court understands the testimony. One, she was Fotis Dulos' girlfriend. Two, she was dating Fotis Dulos, living at his house. And now the court understands this is number three. So again, the court understands this line to explore the reasons that Detective Kimball would say certain things to Michelle Troconis. Overruled.
Counselor, could you just
Yes.
repeat the
Did
question,
you
please?
believe that Mr. Dulos was finally going to reveal his true self to this particular girlfriend?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question.
Well, the fact that you asked her, she had to know what had happened. Was it in part because you believed that Dulos would have revealed his true self and what he was really like and suddenly be open with this particular girlfriend?
We believed, given the totality of their relationship, that she would know more than she was giving, more information than she was providing us.
Okay, fair enough. But she kept telling you that she did not know, didn't she?
She did.
She told you she didn't know what Fotis Dulos was up to that day, correct?
Yes.
She told you she didn't even know he had gone to a picnic party in the backyard of Jennifer Dulos' house 2 days earlier, right?
That's correct.
She told you this at least, as I counted, at least 6 times. Isn't that right?
I didn't count them, but that sounds accurate.
Does sound accurate.
Does sound accurate.
Michelle just didn't tell you that she didn't know. She offered to help you search, didn't she?
In those words, she did, yes.
Well, she did more than just words. Didn't she say she would dig holes? Isn't that one of the things
She did say that, yes.
And she would trek through the woods, right?
In the interview, yes. Yes.
She drew some pictures for you, which I believe we see on the screen where you're on June 6th, where she's showing you some pictures, right?
Yes,
You looked at those pictures, didn't you?
yes.
And I'm going to again ask that exhibit L, if I could have the images, please? The drawings. I'm just going to ask what, this is on Exhibit L, but okay. So this is labeled 2581 on Exhibit L. And I'm just going to have you can see it in front of you there, right?
Yes, I can.
So this is a drawing that Mr. Troconis said she drew, right? And gave to you, right?
Yes,
It shows Jefferson Crossing, right?
correct.
It shows Eli Road here.
Yes,
It shows Old Mountain Road, right?
yes,
And she drew pictures of the various properties in the immediate area that Mr. Dulos owned through the foregroup, correct?
correct.
She even talked about properties that she referred to as Mr. Godfrey, that is property he wanted to develop, isn't that right, on Old Mountain Road down the street here?
Yes,
And then this is Mountain Spring Road here, correct?
yes,
So other than the short jog, there's a jog from Eli Road to Mountain Spring Road, there's a stop sign here and there's a stop sign there, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And it's just maybe about 50 feet from Eli Road to Mountain Road, right?
I don't know the footage, but
You were only there a couple of times, I take it.
correct. I'm not
Okay.
that familiar with it.
But then she also talked about you pass another through road called Talcott. It's actually Talcott Notch Road,
Talcott
right?
Notch Road, correct.
And then she drew all these other properties, lots and houses that he either owned or was building on along Mountain Spring Road, right?
Correct.
And it was all just down, shall we say, downhill from Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
Yes,
And if I could have the other image, please. She also drew another picture. This one is labeled. I want to get the right ID on these. Oh, got it. It's just page 2 of 215. All right. She drew pictures showing the property along the, it's like the reservoir, the water company property, correct?
MDC, correct.
Yeah, MDC, for the people that live down this part of the state, means Metropolitan District Commission, right?
Correct.
They're the quasi-public water utility company that owns thousands of acres of land
Over
up in
6,000.
Hartford and Litchfield counties, right?
Yes,
And that's the source of multiple reservoirs that feed the entire Hartford area, right?
correct.
So she drew these pictures showing where there were fields and where she drove her motocross motorcycles with Fotis, right?
Yes,
And sometimes with Pavel Gumieni, correct?
yes,
She showed you all of this and gave you these pictures, right?
yes, you did.
Now, this picture, page 2, she offered to walk the next couple of days with her attorney and state police detectives going through where they went through the woods, right?
Yes,
In fact, we show her saying, well, she needs a different pair of shoes because she can't get back into her house to get hiking boots because it's muddy and rocky, right? Didn't she say that?
well, she said she needed other shoes, and she wanted to get other shoes. And separately, she said that the terrain was a lot of logs, a lot of rocks. Yes,
And she also showed you that she had on an ankle bracelet, so it was very difficult to even get shoes that she could wear to go hike through there, right?
yes,
But she actually did, didn't she? Went in the woods, didn't she?
she did.
With her attorney, who wasn't too happy, as we can see in that video, right?
Yes, correct.
He had to rearrange his court schedule, right?
Yes.
But Attorney Bowman went with her, didn't he?
Yes.
And
yes,
at
sir.
least one, if not more, detectives, right?
Yes,
She also agreed that she would help look anywhere, didn't she, that you wanted her to?
During which interview? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to recollect. There were a lot of things said in each of the interviews.
Right, between the first and the second, maybe more in the second interview.
I think it's fair to say she would, yes,
And she said she'd go anytime, right?
yes.
In fact, she said, as often as you want, if it takes a year. Did she say words to that effect?
I remember the mention of the word year. I'm not sure the context of it.
During these interviews that you had with her, we'll start with June 2nd. Did she ever say, no, I want to stop, I'm done?
No,
You were aware that it got very hot in that room at the New Canaan Police Station, right?
yes,
And at one point you hear that you had to take a break because it had gotten so hot and muggy and stifling in that room, right?
we took a break and we mentioned that it was warm. I'm not sure we took the break because of the temperature, but it was mentioned, the environment in the room was mentioned, definitely.
You heard Mr. Bowman get up and go, oh, it's hot. Remember him
Yes, I
saying
do
that,
remember
right? And you heard Ms. Troconis say, I'm getting dizzy, right?
I don't remember that. I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. So if it's on the video, it's on the video.
If
But
it's-
the point being, she didn't say, I'm done, I can't do this anymore. You went back and there was at least some more interrogation after that, right?
Yes,
Questioning.
yes.
right? You asked her about Fotis Dulos close cropping his hair. Is that right?
Yes,
And she's the one who volunteered to you that she's the one who had shaved his head at his request, right?
yes,
She also told you he had done it before for water skiing, right?
he had done it before in 2017, yes.
Well, he'd done it 2017, he'd done it in 2018 too, right?
I don't remember 2018. I know that she said he had done it at least once before, and I think she said 2017.
Until she told you she was the one who shaved his head. You didn't know that, did you?
No, we did not.
There's no video of that, right?
Of the shaving of the head? No.
There's no surveillance of that showing her with a razor or a electric razor or a straight razor or anything, right? Doing that.
Video surveillance? No.
Now, you were aware by this time that when she told you he did it for water skiing, you knew that Fotis Dulos was a competitive water skier, right?
Yes.
That he actually competed around the world, right?
Yes.
As did Michelle, right? You knew that as well.
Yes.
She also told you that in the video, in the interview, that there were pictures of him on Instagram from prior years with his, water skiing with his head shaved, right?
Again, I don't specifically remember her saying that. I know he had an Instagram account.
Did you go through the account and look for those kind of pictures or not?
I did. I don't remember seeing him with his head shaven.
Okay, all right. There are a number of questions about what Fotis did the night before the 24th. Do you remember those questions in the interrogation?
Yes.
Michelle told you there had been a dinner party, didn't she?
Yes.
She named the people who were at that party, didn't she?
Yes.
She told you about Stefan Reich, right?
Correct.
And his girlfriend, Beth Johnson, right?
Yes.
She told you that Stefan Reich was one of Mr. Dulos's or the Ford Group real estate agents, right?
With Coldwell Banker, yes.
What's that?
With Coldwell Banker, yes.
Yes, but one of the agents that worked on marketing the properties and the houses that he owned and built.
Yes,
She also told you about Robert Hutch Haynes, right?
yes,
And his wife Erin, I guess it's spelled Aaron, not Erin, even though it was his spouse, female spouse, right?
correct.
You checked, as a result of what she said to you, you did check these things out to confirm them, right?
Yes,
And they were confirmed, weren't they?
I was going to object, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Well, the question is essentially, you confirmed them. That's the question, overruled.
Right?
they were confirmed by yes, they were confirmed.
Okay. You also checked in with, she told you about who his closest friends were, is that right?
Yes,
Some of them cooperated with you, right?
yes,
Some did not, right?
that's correct.
Some refused to talk to you of his friends.
That's correct.
Michelle told you that she saw attorney Kent Mawhinney in the office after she got back from taking her daughter to school on the 24th, didn't she?
Yes,
She saw him up in the office, correct?
yes,
She also told you that the reason that she thought that that Fotis was home is because, one, she saw Kent Mawhinney in that office that morning, right? One reason.
would you re-ask it?
Sure. She
Please.
told you that one of the reasons she thought Fotis was up in the office that morning when she got back is because she saw attorney Kent Mawhinney in the office, right?
I know she said she saw Kent, and I know she said that Fotis had told her there was going to be a meeting.
Well, that was going to be that's
Your
why I
next
broke it up.
question.
Yes.
Uh,
But let me rephrase the question for you. I'll start it the reverse. She indicated to you that the previous evening, Mr. Dulos told her that is Fotis, had a meeting with his attorney in the office the next morning,
on the
right?
24th,
On the 24th.
yes,
She also told you she saw Kent Mawhinney in the office when she went to get her computer, right?
she first saw both of them, and then she saw Kent and Hurd.
Well, she said in her mind that she first said she saw him, but then she said that, in fact, she just assumed he was there because she saw Kent. Didn't she correct herself?
She changed her story or her account, yes,
Well, you can call it change, correct, whichever, but she eventually told you that she didn't actually see him in the office, but she was sure she saw Kent Mawhinney, right?
that's correct.
Now, specifically, I want to show you a clip from the June 2nd interview, and I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about that. You said that, well, let me just ask you this first, all right?
Mhm.
Do you recall Detective Clabby saying there's no way he, that is Dulos, was home because he had never been in that home, meaning down in New Canaan, and we found what we found through science? Do you remember those were his words?
I do remember that, yes.
Okay. And I asked you before, I was kind of just using general words, but you do remember that statement being made? Right?
Yes,
And again, at that point, you're talking about this DNA, right?
on the faucet at
On the
69
faucet.
Wells Lane, yes.
Correct. Which you had already gotten a rush result from the lab saying there was a mixture of DNA and that was one of the sources, right?
In blood, yes.
Well, they didn't test the DNA for blood, though, did they?
Test the DNA for blood.
Yeah, that was touch DNA on the faucet, wasn't it?
Object, Your Honor. Foundation
It
Well,
mischaracterizes.
well,
certainly doesn't.
because of the response by the witness, which was, as the court heard it, blood DNA, there is a question as to whether the witness knows the difference. So because of the witness's response, the court is going to sustain the objection.
There was no evidence from the lab that Fotis Dulos's blood was in that DNA on the faucet, was there?
There was a mixture of Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Dulos DNA.
Right. But not Fotis Dulos's blood, right?
Okay, I'll concede that.
Okay. You're aware that you can have skin cell DNA, right?
Yes,
And you could have DNA from bodily fluids, right?
yes,
And you can have DNA from blood, right?
correct.
And the lab can tell the difference, right?
Object, Your Honor.
Well,
I'll
what the
withdraw.
lab can do is essentially beyond this witness's
That's
ability
true.
to
I will.
discuss, sustain.
Now, as of June 2nd, as far as science was concerned, you were also aware that Jennifer Farber Dulos's phone had been connected by Bluetooth to her Suburban at 3:58 in the afternoon that May 24th. Isn't that correct?
I don't remember being aware of that, no, Counselor.
We're looking at a document that was addressed to you, perhaps refresh your recollection.
Perhaps, yes.
I'm going to show it to council.
Well, I think I object, Your Honor, to the question
I haven't
because
shown it to the witness yet. I'm just courtesy
Well-
showing it to the witness.
Well, the question had
he
to
has
do
to show the
with,
state.
well, the question had to do with whether there was a Bluetooth connection on the afternoon, 3:58, on the afternoon of the 24th, of Jennifer Dulos's phone to the Suburban. And the question is, weren't you aware of that?
As of June 2nd. And he said he didn't recall, and I was going to show him this document to refresh his recollection. So I don't believe there is at this point an appropriate objection until I show it to the witness.
Well, what counsel said was, would showing you a document that was directed to you help refresh your recollection? And the objection is,
He can proceed, Judge. I might have an objection once the question's asked.
thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
See if this refreshes your recollection. Don't read it out loud, just
Nope,
read it to
I won't.
yourself.
Yep.
Recall seeing that, right?
Don't recall seeing it, but I've just read it.
Well, did it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So my question, I'll mark this for ID. So when it comes to the issue of science, you were aware that Jennifer Dulos' cell phone had connected by Bluetooth to her Suburban at 3:58 PM on May 24th, correct?
I object, Your Honor. Assumes facts not in evidence, calls for hearsay.
Well, we
I'd
have
like
to
to-
walk backward
And if I
in order to analyze the objection. The question was, were you aware, the original question, were you aware that Jennifer Dulos's phone connected by Bluetooth at 3:58 in the afternoon on the 24th of May? The response was, there was no memory of that. Counsel then refreshed recollection. The witness said he's read it. He doesn't remember receiving that document. And now the question, counsel, is,
He then said he remembers the information. He did say that. And then I was going to ask him, when they were talking about science, did they include the fact that the phone had connected by Bluetooth at 3:58 in the afternoon?
and the objection is facts not in evidence.
Yes, Judge, and also it relies on hearsay information.
I'd like to
Well,
address this hearsay question.
Well, the question is, really, this is the basic question. Did you discuss that information with anybody else who was involved in the investigation? That seems to be the question.
It has to do with when he's asking and making statements, the two of them, because who says what, they're both together, are speaking to Ms. Troconis, and they're telling her certain information, and they're not telling her certain information. I'm just eliciting that this was a piece of information they'd had for at least several days.
And the objection is facts not in evidence. Again, the court sees the basic question as this. As the court understands the offer, if this is the information that you had concerning the Bluetooth connection, did you discuss that at the June 2nd interview with Michelle Troconis? That's how the court hears the offer.
Through the use of the term science, unquote.
Well, that makes the question confusing. The court would sustain the objection if that's the question.
And that was the question, Your Honor.
So the objection is sustained.
All right, I'll ask a different question. Did you discuss with Ms. Troconis that you had information about the connection of the Dulos cell phone to her Suburban, that is to the Dulos Suburban down in New Canaan, late in approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon on May 24th with Ms. Troconis? Did you discuss that with her?
I don't know that that's Jennifer's phone that connected.
You don't know that because you need to see the entire lab report?
Off the top of my head, I don't know which phone that is.
All right, but so if you were to look at the diagram of what that phone was, you would be able to answer that? Or are you going to say that if there's a bunch of letters and numbers identifying a specific cell phone, you wouldn't be able to answer that question today?
Objection, argumentative compound.
Well, this is now leading to extrinsic evidence of a collateral matter. So the court sees that as what's being offered, and the objection is sustained.
Did you receive an email on May 30th, 2019 from the lab regarding the cell phone connection? Yes or no?
Yes.
But you don't know if it's what the report told you is in fact Jennifer Dulos' phone, is what you're saying, right?
As I sit here today, that's correct.
Okay, then we'll deal with that with a different witness. By the way, again, getting back to this question of the DNA, did you talk to the court supervisor who was present at the house on May 22nd with Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
So you were aware that he was there that night, right? This 22nd.
On the 22nd, yes.
That he was playing basketball with his kids, right?
Yes.
You were aware that he'd given chocolate to his wife?
So I'm just going to object, Your Honor. All of this is hearsay information, and the defense is offering this to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And I don't think it's appropriate through this witness.
If I may respond, everything this witness has been asked is hearsay from other officers. All of a sudden, once hearsay is admitted, then under 8-8, I'm allowed to follow up as if the person making the hearsay was actually present. So all I'm doing is showing what was in his mind as he's asking these questions. So I'm not offering it for the truth, but the fact that he said certain things based on the knowledge that he had received.
At this point, the questions concerning whether the visitation supervisor played basketball and whether he shared chocolate is not relevant.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean whether the supervisor did, it was whether Fotis Dulos did. So if the question was vague, I will rephrase it.
Judge, if I may,
Yes.
he misstates 8-8. We talked about this the other day. That 8-8 has no applicability here because, first of all, nothing that was offered on direct examination in terms of knowledge that Detective Kimball had was offered for its truth. So it wasn't offered for a hearsay purpose. So 8-8 really has no applicability at this point whatsoever. And moreover, in order for 8-8 to apply, it needs to be impeachment directed at the specific declarant, not just anything that they've said, whether or not that information came in or not. So counsel misstates 8-8. And I would just note that he actually is offering these things for the truth. And so that is my objection.
Thank you. Well, the questions concern at this point whether Fotis Dulos did certain things on the 22nd of May. Again, before we even get to what is hearsay and what is not hearsay, the court fails to see the relevance. If this line continues past where it is now,
Well, that would be my last question. It goes to the issue of the DNA evidence, and then I'll move on. This would be the last question in that line.
well, essentially, since Fotis Dulos, through the question, was present at 69 Wells Lane on the 22nd of May, doesn't that suggest that his DNA could be found somewhere? The court sees no reason for the litany of questions leading up to that. So at this point, the court's going to sustain the objection. But the question, the court would allow.
So without getting into any of the specifics, you were aware that he interacted with his family on May 22nd down at 69 Wells Lane, correct?
Correct,
On May 22nd.
correct.
And you had no proof other than your opinion or speculation that Fotis Dulos was not in his house at 4 Jefferson Crossing at 6:40 in the morning, correct? And I say as of that date.
Right, no, I understand. That's correct.
What we're going to do right now, it's 11:25. We'll take our morning recess until 11:40. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case. Thank you.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess. You may exit the courtroom.
Thank you. We can bring the jury in, please. Okay, will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Was it part of the interrogation technique to tell Michelle Troconis, as you did, that you suspected other people were involved in the disappearance?
No, no.
Well, when Detective Clabby said a couple of people are involved in this, did you have other potential suspects?
Potential suspects, yes.
Yeah. Did that include Pavel Gumieni?
Yes,
Did it include the friend Andreas Toutsiardis from Greece at that point?
yes,
Did it include his friend Mark from
Yes, sir.
Providence?
yes,
Didn't Michelle specifically say to you after the comment by Detective Clabby about science that she said, "I've always believed he was in the office because that's where he usually is"? Do you remember her saying that to you?
yes, I do.
And she said she wasn't 100% sure, right?
Yes, she hedged her answer, but yes, her comment, yes.
She did tell you he was usually in the office, right?
Yes,
I asked one of the other detectives, but I didn't ask you. You said you were at the house, right?
when?
At any point.
Yes, at Fort Jefferson?
So you know it's this really large house, correct?
Correct,
And the office is at one end of the house, right?
correct,
The interior office is over the garages, right?
the four-group office over
Four-group
garage? Yes,
offices, yeah.
correct,
And they have a separate entrance that you can go in and out to the office without coming through the main part of the house, correct?
correct.
When you were in the house, did you go in the house or just go on the outside of the house?
I went in the house.
Were you with other detectives?
Yes.
Were you able to see them at all times when you were in there? The other detectives?
No.
Was it big enough so that a child might call her mother on the phone to come up to her room?
Just gonna object, Judge.
Sustained.
She told you that Otis would usually have his phone with him, correct?
Yes.
But she also told you that sometimes the power would run out and she went to charge it, right, for him?
She said the power went out on the 24th.
Right, she went to charge it for him, correct?
Correct.
She also told you that May 24th for her was a normal day, didn't she?
It wasn't normal in respect to her sleeping with her daughter, so I'm not sure I characterize it. I don't remember her saying that it was a normal day.
Well, that, we're talking about the night from the 23rd into
Into
the
the
24th,
24th.
aren't we?
Yes.
So I'm talking about the
24th.
day.
Okay, the daylight hours.
Right, she had told you again, I don't want to go, I already went through this with you, but you checked out Stop and Shop, right?
Yes.
You checked out, she returned a pocketbook, right?
Yes.
She drove her daughter to school, right?
Correct.
And she told you that Otis was acting normal that day, other than doing this little side trip to Albany Avenue, correct?
She did say that, yes.
Now, you were shown the timelines the other day by Mr. McGinnis, weren't you?
Yes,
So on June 2nd, you hadn't seen those timelines, had you?
that's correct.
They were first recovered from a black bag on June 3rd by other detectives, right?
The photocopies were, yes.
Well, I'm going to be clear. There was an original looking document with the purple line that was found in the office, right?
That's correct.
And she told you she hadn't seen that before herself, correct?
She did say that, yes.
And she said she thinks that was Fotis Dulos's handwriting, right?
Yes,
The other two documents were just photocopies, right?
3 documents, right?
There were 3 documents. One was similar to the original that was found, right?
Correct,
The original had some additional writing on it by Dulos, right?
correct,
She told you none of the writing on that document, either side, was hers, correct? That is the one from Dulos.
correct.
The photocopies, the other 2 photocopies, she said were in fact hers, right?
Yes,
And she explained that she had heard the lawyer, Jacob, she called him,
Pietranker.
right?
Yes.
Pietranker,
yes,
right? Tell Dulos on an open speakerphone, you should keep a timeline of your whereabouts, right?
for Wednesday, May 22nd.
Right. And then Fotis, she told you that Fotis told her the following Tuesday, I believe, that she should write down what she did on Friday, correct?
Correct,
She also told you that he told the same thing to Pavel to do, right?
correct.
Now, I'm going to, at some point, the state took out State's Exhibit 74. I showed you a picture of State's Exhibit 74 up on the And I just want to be clear, I'm going to hold it up for you. I have the purple glove. This is the phone log that you found as in the photo that was found on June 3rd in that bag, right?
Correct.
This is the actual photocopy from the house that the evidentiary services unit found, right?
Yes.
So since it's clearer than I think that, I'm just going to show it to the jury if I may. And up at the top, it specifically says phone calls,
Correct.
right? And it shows names, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And it shows outgoing, canceled, incoming, correct?
Yes.
And it names Nicole, right?
Yes.
At 12:59 a.m., right?
Yes.
A 16-second call, right?
Yes.
And it says after that thunderstorm.
Yes.
And the only other one where there's any comment was, it says Ruggs, 38 seconds, spoke with Barbara. She didn't know where Ruggs were. See that?
I do. Yes.
And the phone calls, I'll just note, one of the calls is, says it's from somebody named Bruja, Bruja. Do you know what that means in Spanish?
I do not, sir.
Witch, W-I-T-C-H,
Okay.
all right?
Object, Your Honor, counsel's testifying. in this
Well,
way.
at this point, counsel is testifying.
All right.
So it's clear,
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor.
well, there was no question. You were testifying. You may proceed.
It mentions somebody named Mommy, M-A-M-I,
Yes.
right? It names Poppy, P-A-P-I,
Yes.
right? Fotis is one of the names on this list.
Yes.
When you checked Fotis Dulos's phone, there were times incoming and outgoing that matched up with those times. Isn't that true?
Well, can the witness have the benefit of the document if we're going to ask these types
Yeah,
of
you
questions?
have gloves on, right?
I do. So I haven't memorized all of Fotis Dulos's phone records. I
Of course.
recognize some of these times as accurate.
Okay.
She attributes to Fotis.
Okay. And just so that the jury also can see it a little bit closer, the other document that she identified as being in her handwriting is in that same Exhibit 74. And I just want you to just confirm that this was the other document which on the video she identified as being something she prepared.
Yes, that's correct.
And may I just publish this to the jury as well? I don't want to put two gloves on, so I'll just. By the way, she told you that she first learned that, that Jennifer Dulos was missing when the Farmington police came to their house that night, correct?
That's what she told us, yes.
At around 8:15 or 8:30 PM, right?
8:30, yes.
And that was after she and Fotis had gone to Starbucks, right?
Yes,
And it was after Fotis had thrown garbage bags out in Albany Avenue, right?
yes.
She told you about other things she had done during the day, correct?
Yes,
She said she visited her friend Clara Duperon at her own store, correct?
yes,
She told you that she had gone to the Hitchcock Furniture Store in the Canton Shops in Canton, Connecticut, right?
I don't think she went to Hitchcock on that date, on the 24th.
She told you that she had communicated with the Barbara at the Canton Shops that day, right?
That's correct.
She told you that when you asked her if anyone else was home when she got back from her errands, she said she didn't see, but the Suburban was there in the garage, right?
That's correct.
I also want to clarify, and without, again, putting up more pictures, there were 4 garage doors, correct?
At Fort Jefferson,
At
yes.
4 Jefferson
Yes,
Crossing. There are actually 4 garage doors at 80
Both.
Mountain Spring
Both,
as well,
yes.
right? But let's just talk about 4 Jefferson Crossing, okay?
okay,
And I've asked other people, but the office of Ford Group covered both sides of the garage, right? All 4 doors were part of the Ford Group offices, right?
over all 4 bays, is that what you're
Bays,
saying?
yes.
I believe so, yes.
And then it also included an area over the archway. There's a word for it, I can never remember, where you can drive through. I forget, it's got a French name for it, Porsche to something or other, but alcove, whatever we're gonna call it, right? Where cars drove through and parked in the back, right?
That's correct, yes.
And the offices included over that area, right?
Yes,
When you asked her if Mr. Dulos was there when she came back from those errands, and she mentioned the Suburban, she said she didn't look for him, right?
that she had no guarantee.
Right, but
Yes.
she also used the words, he probably can be. Do you remember her saying that?
I do, yes.
So that was her using an improper tense, like grammatical tense, wasn't it?
Yes,
She did say, however, that although she assumed he was in the office, she was not guaranteeing it, right?
yes,
At some point, she recalls that he did call her for lunch somewhere in the maybe later 1:30 time period, right?
yes,
Between 1 and 2, right?
yes,
But she said she couldn't be certain and didn't want to be held to that, right?
yes,
And once again, at this point, she didn't have her phone with her so she could check when he called her to have lunch, right?
no, she did not.
So let's just talk about 80 Mountain Spring Road. There seems to be a lot of discussion about 80 Mountain Spring in both the June 2nd and in the June 6th interrogations, right?
Okay.
She told you that Fotis asked her to come bring some cleaning supplies to help clean up, right?
Yes,
And you did know by then that there was, in fact, a real estate showing that was going to happen that next day, the Saturday, the 25th, right?
I'm trying to think if we knew it at that point.
You certainly knew it by the 6th, even if you didn't know it by
Yeah.
the 2nd, right?
Yeah, yes.
All right. And you talked to the real estate agent?
Rania, yes, I didn't,
Well, somebody talked to Rania, that's her name.
yes.
Remember her last name?
Begins with an M, I don't remember.
Do you talk to the prospective buyers as well, the Pavlonises?
I don't think they were, I think they were, I know, I don't know if the Pavlonis were buying 80 or 88. So I know that the Pavlonis were spoken to by another detective at some point.
Well, do you recall that the prospective buyer wanted to build a house, but wanted to tour 80 Mountain Spring because it was more or less completed, as to see what kind of house Mr. Dulos could build for them? Does that ring a
Yes.
bell?
Subject, judge calls for hearsay.
I'm not offering for the truth. It doesn't matter whether they were going to build a house.
Court does not hear the question as being offered for the truth overruled.
You remember that?
Yes,
Okay. Even, we've seen some pictures of 80 Mountain Spring. It also was a fairly large house, right?
yes,
It looks like it may have been an old house that had been gutted and rebuilt and made maybe way bigger than the original house.
yes,
We see there's actually ivy growing up on the brick, right?
correct,
Brand new house couldn't have that much ivy growing that fast, right?
true.
She told you that she had gone and cleaned the house with photos before, right?
Twice before, yes.
And we're talking about dusting. I mean, we're not talking about scrubbing bathtubs and stuff, right?
She said clean.
And it was an empty house, right?
Yes,
You've been in that house, right?
yes,
It was dusty a little bit, wasn't it?
yes,
It was still construction debris in there, especially in the basement, wasn't quite finished, right?
yes,
She told you she brought garbage bags over, right?
yes, she did.
The large black garbage bags, right?
Yes,
She also told you she brought in a mop, right? Dust mop,
Swiffer?
Swifter.
Yes.
Remember, she couldn't remember what it's
Yeah,
called.
yellow on a stick, yes.
Yeah, but she couldn't even remember the word for it, the cleaning thing, and she was trying to think of the word in English, right? Remember
Yes.
that
Yes,
from the video? She brought other cleaning materials with her. She didn't remember if it was Clorox or something else, but it was some kind of like surface cleaner, right?
she said Clorox.
Now, before this interview on June 2nd,
Mhm.
Your colleagues had spoken with Pavel Gumieni, correct?
Yes,
And it wasn't a surprise to you, was it, that Michelle was saying that Fotis and she would sometimes tidy up before a showing, right?
I don't know that I knew that, no. I don't know.
Learn that from other employees?
On the second?
Yeah. In fact, that very day in the morning.
Judge, I'm just going to object again, hearsay.
Again, it's going to things that were said. It's not being offered for the truth.
Well, this has a different tenor than the previous question that ran into an objection. So the question is, or concerns, cleaning up at one of the properties. The objection, counsel.
So my objection is hearsay, Your Honor. He's indicating that he's not offering it for its truth, Judge. I think at some point that the scales tip in terms of probative value of just continuously offering statements where there's a real danger of bootstrapping them for the truth. At some point, the scale tips, Judge, and my concern is that the defense is essentially trying to prove certain facts through hearsay information. They're claiming it's not for its truth. And that's my objection, is that at some point, the scale tips.
Well, the court hears this question as being offered for the truth. So sustained.
Michelle told you in that interview that he had asked her to come help clean, right?
Yes,
And that was not anything that that contradicted any other information you had, correct? From any other employee, right?
correct.
You also knew, I guess on May 31st, there was a, what I'd call a a trash pull at Fort Jefferson Crossing. Isn't that true?
Yes,
So you knew that Fridays was trash pickup day in that part of Farmington. Isn't that true?
yes.
And it was also the same thing down at 80 Mountain Spring, right?
I don't know that.
Nobody
80.
did a trash pull or looked to see if there was a garbage can out on Friday, May 31st.
Judge, again, I just object. It's calling for hearsay.
Well, the question, as the court hears it, is, do you know if there was a trash pull at 80 Mountain Spring or any other property owned by the Ford Group? That's how the court hears the question. Do you know if there was a trash pull?
Right.
So if that is the question, the objection is overruled.
Judge, if I could just be also heard, it's also outside the scope of my direct examination.
It's within the scope of the video.
Well, the video covered a lot of time between the 24th and the date of the video. So the question now is, did trash pull come up during the video, or did it just come up as a result of cross-examination? Court itself cannot recall trash pulls coming up during the video. What the court recalls is that there was testimony, well, in actuality, it was questions concerning trash, but not elicited from Michelle Troconis during the interview. So sustained.
Could you explain what a garbage pull is? You indicated there was one at 40 Jefferson Crossing.
I object.
What is that?
Sustained.
She also told you what cars were down at 80 Mountain Spring Road that she recalled on May 24th. Isn't that right?
She reported some of the vehicles that were there. Yes,
Well, she mentioned the Suburban, right?
she mentioned, yes.
She mentioned the Jeep.
The Jeep Cherokee, yes.
She mentioned Pavel's Tacoma,
Which interview are we speaking of?
either the first or the second.
She mentioned Pavel's Tacoma at the end of the first interview.
Okay.
That,
She brought it up on her own, right?
yes,
You didn't ask her about the Tacoma, did you? Before she brought it up.
no,
She was asked a more general, is there anything else you want to tell us? And she said, well, Pavel Gumieni drives a Tacoma, right?
we asked her if there were any questions she had for us.
That's right. And she mentioned in that about the Tacoma, right?
Yes,
And she also mentioned that at some point, Pavel showed up in the Raptor, right?
yes, correct,
At 80 Mountain Spring.
correct.
She also told you that she had brought a vacuum down to do a little vacuuming, right?
On the first trip, yes,
But it didn't work because the house didn't have central vac, right?
that's correct.
So she had to go back and get the other item, the Swifter or mop or whatever,
She went back to get a broom.
a broom. Okay. She told you also, didn't she, that she didn't really want to be doing cleaning, right?
Yes, she said that in the second interview.
She also told you that different people from the company drove different vehicles at different times, right?
Could you ask that question?
Yeah, that sometimes Pavel would drive the Jeep, right?
Yes, correct.
Sometimes he would drive the Suburban.
Pavel did not drive the Suburban.
Well, I'm saying, didn't Michelle say sometimes he did?
She said that Pavel did not drive the Suburban.
Drove the Raptor.
Raptor, yes,
Okay, Raptor's the Ford pickup truck that we've seen, right?
that's correct.
And you were able to review Ring doorbell surveillance down around, across from 80 Mountain Spring Road, right?
Not Ring,
Or surveillance.
Surveillance,
home
yes.
surveillance. I'm using Ring as a sort of shorthand, but whether it's Ring or a different company, there was a video surveillance that the family that lived across the street from 80 Mountain Spring owned, right?
that's correct.
And we'll just say that the name of that family is Manafort, right?
Yes,
Okay. And without going to any of the specifics, you were able to review comings and goings, at least into the driveway of that 80 Mountain Spring Road property, right?
yes,
Including the evening before on May 23rd, right?
that's correct.
But you couldn't see who was driving any of these vehicles, right?
Correct.
It's too far away and the angle was such, you can just see the vehicles coming and going, right?
Yes,
Now, you were also able to review some surveillance, whether it's Ring or a different company, from a house across the street from 4 Jefferson Crossing, right?
that's correct.
I think it's at 1 Jefferson Crossing.
That's correct.
That video system, however, was a motion-activated system, right?
Correct.
It's only captured short 30 or 40-second clips, right?
Correct.
Whenever maybe a dog came outside, a cat,
Correct.
or a person came in or out.
Correct.
Now, at one point, either you or Detective Clabby asked Michelle if she thought that Pavel Gumieni was somehow involved with the disappearance. You recall asking that.
Yes,
Now, was that a sincere question or was that one of these an interrogation techniques?
that was a sincere question.
So he was at least a suspect at that point.
Correct.
He had been a longtime employee of Fotis Dulos, right?
Just going to object, Your Honor. Again, calls for hearsay.
Well, the court remembers the interview in which Mr. Troconis said that he worked for Fotis Dulos before she even met him. So long time may not be a question that this witness can answer. So the court's going to allow the question.
I don't know for how long Pavel worked for Fotis, but it was longer than he knew Michelle Troconis.
In other words, he was already working for Mr. Dulos when she even first came up to Connecticut, right?
That's correct.
You were also aware that when she was asked if he was involved, she said she doesn't know, she didn't think so, right?
Yes,
But she also used an interesting expression. She said, but she wouldn't hold her hand to the fire over it. Do you remember her saying words to that effect?
yes,
Did you understand that to mean that she wouldn't swear to it?
yes,
She also told you that Pavel Gumieni had been down in New Canaan that May 24th, right?
that's correct.
And he was supposed to be building one of Fotis Dulos' houses in the town of New Canaan, right?
Yes,
Did you confirm there was a house under construction on a street in New Canaan?
yes,
And you learned the address?
yes,
You also learned there was a doorbell video from across the street that shined, at least from a distance, on that property.
yes.
Again, that was motion activated, not continuous, or you don't?
I don't remember.
Okay. Let me just go back now to the discussion about Albany Avenue, right?
Okay,
You repeatedly went back to asking Michelle Troconis about Albany Avenue and what she was doing there. Isn't that true?
Yes,
And I want to be specific there's only one time where you see Michelle admitting that, saying that, yeah, that's her. She leaned out and touched the sidewalk. Remember that?
Sorry, can you just object, Your Honor, some vague questions.
Yeah, I'll rephrase the question. In the videos which you had watched, right?
yes,
And you showed her either from the video itself that we're watching, I can't tell if you're showing her a still image or a short video clip. Do you know which it was?
it would be a screenshot.
Okay. But she told you on at least 2 occasions what she was doing, right?
She told us she was leaning out. That's not what she was doing. She was stepping out.
Yeah. And didn't she tell you she was chewing gum? I took it, I spit it, my hand got sticky, and I went like this to clean, and she's moving her hand back and forth like a rubbing motion. You recall that?
I recall that, yes.
You remember maybe an hour later, almost during the interrogation, you show her that photo again, and she says, that's me. I put my gum and I threw it and it was sticky. Right? When you're talking about the FedEx envelope and you're asking her about that, right? Remember her saying that?
Yes.
But at no time did she say she was picking stuff up off the sidewalk, though, did she?
In retrospect, no, but at the time, it was not clear to us what she was doing.
I mean, it wasn't clear to us. When I just read you what she said, we played that clip. She says, I took it, I spit it, my hand got sticky, and I went like this to clean it.
I don't know if she's referring to cleaning her hand or cleaning the sidewalk.
Okay. And I put my gum and I threw it and it was sticky. You do remember saying that more than once, though, right?
Yes.
Right. Do you remember there was a point in time that was played the other day where Michelle and Attorney Bowman get up and leave the room and the video is still playing?
Yes.
I want to play that a little bit louder than it was played. If we can, I'm just going to ask that be played. I made it a little louder so we could hear this portion.
Sure.
And this is at, let me get the exact time for the record. It's cut off on the screen, so. 2:19 and 40 seconds.
We have to change. That one's, yeah, this one's got 3 hours.
Yeah. Still red.
Still going?
Yeah. Still red. Red means
Camera's still going.
Yep. Red dot. So we are, looks like we're at 2:20.
I mean, I don't know if it's thoughts, but I just don't think she'll in back, you know, I don't think she knows. I don't think she knows. She's very adamant about Starbucks in West Hartford. Why? If I was gonna go around the city with Richie Colangelo because we wanted to go on a mission to dump all of our trash over the city, I remember that for this time. It would have just slipped my mind. We're gonna do what we're gonna do. We're gonna.
Unless
for trash, but
unless she's legitimately on the phone, talking and texting, and she's not paying attention.
Right. I mean,
And then
she's
when they-
outside the car, she'd come with me.
She was?
She's, yeah,
She was outside.
she was open, her door was open, she's outside, and she shut the door. Her story was that she dropped gum and she realized it was sticky and she. Yeah, she wanted her door, and to pick it up her gum when she dropped. She's like one person in the world that ever gets her. So she, yeah. Doesn't get missed. Maybe she is, but.
You know, I think she's a bit of self-preservation too.
Yeah, Right, because she's thinking like, well,
But it's a valid point, the Hartford thing wasn't on any of this. And it
Correct.
sure
we had a press release.
And we didn't find,
Somebody showed her a picture.
we didn't find any notes of the 22nd, which is what the attorney told me to recreate it. And he said Wednesday for photos. What we ended up finding was Friday and Saturday. Both.
Right.
But Hartford's not in either. Why?
Well, we know why, because they didn't think it was right now. They didn't think we were smart.
That's just the question.
Now we found out, that's not the book, that's why he shaved his head, he left his phone home, but didn't think about, dumping the trash, leave this one thing. Right. And then I believe, I just believe it's on that Starbucks to cover that sometimes area, it's work with Albany, that's right by Albany Ave. So that's why we were there. That's it, we were at the Starbucks, we feel pumped out. No, it's really is. Oh, that's week before.
And just, we're still here. Let's take it for a hike tomorrow. Let's go for a.
Yeah, let's go from here, why not?
So what do you think about that West Hartford story?
But here's the thing, though, I mean, I think the guy in West Hartford, but here's the thing, I mean, honestly. She's great.
You were great.
What?
You were talking about.
The Hartford thing.
Yeah, another thing, I don't know if this, it helps in.
We stopped it at, I didn't know the time, but it's when Mr. Bowman and Michelle come right back in, right?
Correct.
So the person that was speaking off to the left that when I played this clip, that was State's Attorney Richard Colangelo, right?
The male voice, yes.
The male voice. The female voice, I think you already mentioned, was Detective Allison
Peters.
Peters. Mr. Colangelo said twice, she doesn't know. I don't think that she knows. Do you remember hearing him say that?
Yes.
And all three of you, almost in unison, but at least you can hear all three of you say that she was picking up her gum off the sidewalk.
Yes.
Now, she never used those words even under your interpretation that she was cleaning the sidewalk as opposed to her fingers, right?
If she's cleaning the sidewalk, she's picking up the gum. That was my impression.
Not that she had, her hand was sticky and she was cleaning it. You didn't assume that that's what she was talking about.
I wouldn't think she would clean her hand on a public sidewalk.
At the end, just before I shut it off, the last thing I hear Mr. Colangelo say is that she's great, or words to that effect,
I
right?
didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that? Or she'll be great?
I didn't hear the word great.
Was the purpose of any of this conversation for her to be a witness against Fotis Dulos?
Object, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Well, this witness conducted the interview along with 3 other police personnel. The question is, was this interview designed to get Michelle Troconis to be a witness against Fotis Dulos? Overruled.
This interview was designed to obtain full information and truthful information from Michelle Troconis regarding what happened to a missing mother of 5.
So instead of answering my question, you answered that question. So you're saying it was not to have her
was gonna object,
become
Your
a
Honor.
witness?
Objection.
That was my question.
It's argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't know what the purpose was. I'm not, my purpose was to obtain the
asked-
truth.
You don't know what the purpose of Mr. Colangelo was?
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, first, the scene has been set. State's Attorney Colangelo was in the interview room. This witness has testified as to what his purpose was in interviewing Michelle Troconis. The court understands his testimony to be to find out what happened to Jennifer Dulos. The question now is, for what purpose, if you know, was State's Attorney Colangelo there?
Can you answer that question?
Well, overruled.
Did you ask the questions?
Sure. Did you know why the State's Attorney Colangelo was present,
No,
or what his purpose was?
no.
And just so that I'm clear about what happened right around the time that my client rubbed her hand on the sidewalk, there's no time in that video where she touches that FedEx envelope, correct?
I disagree.
You disagree. You believe that in that video from Albany Avenue, you see her take possession of that envelope.
I believe so, yes.
Did you ever see her touch any of those garbage bags that you see Mr. Dulos dumping?
No,
Do you see her touch the rolled up black item that he leans up against the side of Milagros grocery store?
no.
And then I'm also clear in terms of the timing. The place where Dulos puts the envelope with the license plates down the sewer, that's in terms of chronology, the third stop where Mr. Dulos had placed something in the garbage receptacle, correct?
No, I don't agree with that either.
You don't agree he had already made two other stops before that?
He had made two other stops. I believe he'd made more than two.
Well, I know you believe it. In terms of what's in the video, there were only the two previous ones, right?
When he goes down Milford Street, the back of the Raptor is many bags. When he comes back up, there are very few bags. So obviously he must have stopped somewhere in the interim.
Well, you just made that up, right? It's total
Object-
speculation,
objection.
isn't it?
Well,
Objection.
well,
Counsel asked a question, he got an answer.
well, the court is going to indicate what it heard. Were there two stops in the video? The answer was not a yes or a no. The answer was, I believe there were more stops. So
I would move
the
that as
question,
strike.
the question, were there two stops in the video before the stop on Adams and Albany? The question was not answered, whether there were two stops before Albany and Adams.
May I ask that the non-responsive answer be stricken?
Well, if that's the witness's response, the jury heard it.
You have no other video that shows Mr. Dulos stopping his truck anywhere else and getting out. Isn't that true, sir?
That's not true.
Oh, you have more video that the jury hasn't seen. Is that what you're telling us?
Well, objection, Judge. How would this witness know what the jury has and hasn't seen?
Well, the question is, do you have other videos showing other than the three stops? The answer, as the court understood it, is yes. The next question,
Have you shared that
well,
with?
no, the court is indicating what it has heard.
Right.
The next question was, have you shared, well, really, the question is, have you shared that video with the state's attorney's office? That's the next question, because this witness wouldn't have the opportunity to share it with the jury.
Sorry, have you shared that, the other videos that you mentioned with the state's attorney's office?
The state's attorney has the video from I believe, from the transit bus. That's where the footage is coming from.
Oh,
So
yes.
have I personally shared?
There's no other C4 videos, are there? No other C4 videos other than the three, correct?
I don't know that.
Were you aware that the video from the transit bus, the individual doesn't have a logo on his shirt? Were you aware of that?
Just going to object, Your Honor.
Well, it's sustained.
By the way, were you ever assigned to the Hartford area as a state police officer at any time?
No.
You're aware that Albany Avenue is a busy thoroughfare?
Yes.
You're aware that this area is very close to Dunkin' Donuts Stadium, the baseball stadium?
I'm not aware of that, no.
You're aware that this is just before you get to downtown Main Street in Hartford?
I'm not familiar with the geography of
You're aware that it's a major thoroughfare from the suburbs west of Hartford into Hartford, right?
yes, yes,
By the way, these garbage cans were on street corners, right?
correct.
We see traffic going back and forth in the videos.
Yes,
You see pedestrians.
yes,
They were in plain sight, weren't they? The receptacles, garbage receptacles.
yes,
There were businesses there that were open.
correct.
There was a Jamaican restaurant with an awning, green and yellow awning.
Yes, Benji?
And we see what appears to be Mr. Dulos take a rolled up item, walk across the sidewalk and lean it against the building, right?
Correct,
In plain sight.
correct.
Did anybody watch the C4 cameras for a lengthier period of time to see what happened to that rolled up item?
I don't know what was watched and what was not watched.
You didn't watch them.
I did not watch it, no.
Michelle told you that it struck her as strange that Fotis Dulos would drive past the Starbucks to that location, didn't she?
Yes,
She also told you that she wasn't paying attention and because she was, talking to or texting her family or friends, right?
that's what she told us, yes.
And she did tell you, though, that Dulos had previously thrown away debris in garbage pails and whatnot to get rid of stuff that was left over at his construction sites. Isn't that true? That she told you that?
So I'm not sure I agree with some elements of that. He had thrown away trash at the pond, and then there was one other instance that she mentioned down in New Canaan. But as far as going from trash can to trash can to trash can, we didn't get that information.
Well, I didn't suggest that. I'm just saying that she, on other occasions, knew he had taken trash to other than his own property and got rid of it.
Yes.
So on June 6th, you testified that this was an extra meeting that was arranged through State's Attorney Colangelo, right?
Yeah, my sergeant was advised by State's Attorney Colangelo to contact Attorney Bowman, so.
Right, to set it up. And this one took place in his office, right?
Yes,
And if we could just put the June 6th up for just a second, just a still of the interview room again. I just want to be clear. If you just move it, maybe just move it someplace. I don't need to listen to it, but just slide it. Okay, stop right there. We're at, what's the time? 2:22:44. I just want to indicate, so behind Detective Clabby, there is a black kind of diagonal stick or stand there. You see that?
I do.
That was a second video tripod that was filming the encounter.
Yes,
I bring this up because at one point in the clip I showed you, it seemed like there was like a split second of something that was edited or something, it skipped. Do you recall that in what we played before?
Yeah, it's a skip, but it wasn't edited.
Nothing was taken out, right?
Correct.
It's just that the way the
The
first
nature of the
camera
recording.
was going, it flipped to a new file or folder, right?
Yes, I would go.
But the second camera, which was also filming, apparently wasn't saved by the state police. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. That was a fail-safe in case the first one didn't work.
Thank you. You referred to all of you, the officers referred to Mr. Colangelo as Richie, right?
I don't.
In the room, people were calling him Richie.
There were
right?
people who addressed him as such.
Just so we're clear, since he's not on the screen the whole time, we're talking about the same person, right?
Yes,
State's Attorney Richard Colangelo, right?
yes,
He was the supervisor of other prosecutors in the judicial district here down in Stamford, right?
at the time, yes.
At the time, of course.
Yes.
And it included the area where New Canaan is, right?
That's correct.
At one point on June 6th, you asked Michelle point blank, what does she think happened to Jennifer Dulos, right?
That's correct.
And she told you that her answer was based on things that Fotis had told her, right?
Yes, her initial response.
Yeah. Well, she told you, first of all, that she'd only seen Jennifer Dulos once in her life.
Correct.
She told you about this circumstance where she knew that there was issues about whether she could be present with the children and when Jennifer was there. So she waited outside the pond, remember?
Yes.
And
remember.
that she was waiting there because she was told not to come in yet because the children hadn't left yet.
Yes,
And she recalls seeing, that was the one time she saw Jennifer drives very close and takes a picture of her, right?
yes.
And tried to use that in court. That was what she knew about the circumstance,
That was her
right?
claim, yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to get into the details of what she told you she had learned or heard from Fotis about Fotis's wife's circumstances, right?
Okay,
But she started explaining things that she heard were in the custody study report by the psychologist, right?
Dr. Herman?
Dr. Herman.
Yes,
She, and again, she told you there were certain mental health conditions. I don't want to specify anything about, there were certain apparent diagnoses of Jennifer that she'd heard about, right?
that was her claim, yes.
She told you that she had heard from attorney Mike Rose about the report.
That the report was out?
Yes.
Yes,
And that Fotis went into some detail about that he should get custody, et cetera, et cetera. These were things, without going into it, I don't want to replay that, but she described all these things to you,
yes,
correct? And in fact, she told you that she made an appointment with one of the psychologists, Dr. Humphrey, that was involved in the case, to have him explain to her what all these things meant, right?
yes.
And she hadn't seen Dr. Herman's report herself, right?
Correct.
You saw it, right?
I did not see it.
Wasn't it obtained as through a search warrant that the state police had it?
Object at this
Well-
point, may we approach?
Well, the court sees no reason for an approach at this point. The question is, the preliminary question was, Michelle Troconis did not see the report herself. Is that correct? And the answer was yes. And what is now being offered in this court's view, is a collateral matter, not relevant. So sustained.
Whether these things were accurate or not, she told you that Fotis had told her these things, correct?
Yes,
And that Dr. Humphrey had sort of told her some of these same things, right?
I don't remember her saying that Dr. Humphrey told her.
Well, you do remember her saying she went for an appointment to see Dr. Herman because she was concerned about some of these things?
Yes, I remember
That if
that.
she would have to deal with Jennifer Dulos in the future, she wanted to know all about her?
Yes,
Right after this, she also told you that she got annoyed or angry when she found out that Fotis had actually been down at Jennifer's house that Wednesday, right?
yes,
And she found this out listening to the speakerphone call from Jacob Pytranker, who called Fotis, and Fotis put it on speaker, right?
that's correct.
And she told Fotis that he should just let the matter be handled through the courts, didn't she? She told you that she had said that, right?
Yes,
And she told you that she had told Fotis that things are going to work out great because of that report you're telling me about.
my recollection was Fotis was the one saying everything was going to work out great because of the report.
And she said that he seemed happy at that point, didn't he?
She did say that, yes.
And he was telling his other friends that everything was going to work out, didn't he? She told you he said that.
Yes,
At one point, though, you told Michelle that Fotis was manipulating people. Do you remember saying that?
yes,
And that he had lied to many people, right?
yes,
And that he was using people, right?
yes,
And she, when you asked her, though, what happened, she said she was afraid after she disappeared. When you're asking her, what do you think happened? She said she was afraid she was going to come after her and hurt her and her daughter, Nicole, didn't she?
yes. I remember that, yes.
Yeah. And that was based on what she was told by Fotis, right? About Jennifer.
About, yes, yes.
Yeah, I mean, there were other things she also related about her disappearing when she was younger and living under an assumed name. These are things she related to you that had been told to her, right?
Fotis told her those things, yes,
Yeah.
whether they were accurate or not.
Exactly, but she believed him, right?
Objection.
She
Sustained.
said she believed him, right?
Yes,
You also told her, though, there were body parts in those garbage bags that he dropped off on Albany Avenue, didn't you?
Just object, Your Honor. Mischaracterizes.
Well, what the court recalls from the video is not whether this witness said there were body parts, but one of the investigators said there were body parts.
I'll
So,
rephrase the question. In your presence, did Detective Clabby say that there were body parts in the garbage bags that he was throwing out on Albany Avenue?
don't remember who said it.
Could have been you.
What I said was it was my concern, our concern that that was the case. That's what I said.
Okay,
I don't think we told her specifically
right.
that there were body parts. There may have been.
You had already been aware of what was in those and those receptacles and garbage bags at the time of time of that interview, though, right?
Of those that we retrieved.
Yeah.
Yes.
So she got very upset and started crying when you told her that, right?
Appeared to be, yeah. Yes,
Was that also a technique as part of the interrogation technique? Whether you thought it might be true or not, you tell her this to elicit a reaction.
yeah, the reaction we were trying to elicit is truthfulness.
She also told you that Fotis had a Porsche at 585 Deer Cliff, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was the first time you'd even heard about there being a Porsche, right? You didn't even know its importance at that point, right?
it's incorrect.
You knew he owned one.
Jennifer owned the 2009 Porsche Cayenne.
That belonged to Jennifer Dulos, the one that was at 585 Deer Cliff Road?
That was registered to Jennifer.
Oh, okay. But were you looking for that car at that point?
That was one of the vehicles on our radar, yes.
You didn't ask her about it. She told you about it and where it was, right?
Yes,
By the way, Detective Clabby also told Michelle in that interview, in one of the two interviews, that Jennifer's 2017 Chevy Suburban was covered in blood in the driver's seat. Do you remember him saying that?
I don't know that he said it was covered in blood. He said the person or persons involved in this crime would have been covered in blood.
Would have been, but the driver's seat wasn't covered in blood of that Suburban, was it?
Not that we could determine.
Even the so-called stain on the steering wheel wasn't in fact blood, was it?
Well, I'm going to object, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge foundation,
You,
and he's offering it for its truth. It's hearsay.
Well, the court will sustain the objection concerning that question, but will not foreclose the avenue.
Detective Clabby told Michelle at that same time that the steering wheel was covered in blood, right?
I don't remember his wording, whether he said was or would have been.
Would have been, okay. But no blood was recovered from the steering wheel, was it?
I don't have that information in front of me. I can't remember at this time.
Was telling this to Michelle part of a technique to elicit more information, or was that just a mistake?
Well, I object, Your Honor. He hasn't. The question assumes that Detective Kimball just indicated that there was no blood on the steering wheel. He's indicated he doesn't have that information in front of him. So to ask whether or not it was a tactic or a mistake assumes facts, not in evidence.
Well, perhaps the question is taking into account more facts than one can assume. If the question is, was there a discussion with Michelle Troconis about blood being on the steering wheel? That would be the threshold question.
Which I believe was elicited. This was now the next question.
And the next question again, counsel.
All right, I'll rephrase the next question.
And Judge, if I may, I thought that the testimony was Detective Kimball could not recall whether or not Detective Clabby said there was blood on the steering wheel or there would have been. So I don't agree with counsel's suggestion that he has indicated that there was blood on the steering wheel.
Well, perhaps the court did not understand the question and the response. The general area is blood on the steering wheel. This witness cannot testify that he reviewed any documents that indicated there was blood on the steering wheel. That's how the court heard the testimony. And so what would be the next question, counsel?
Whether Detective Clabby said there would have been or there was blood. The purpose of asking Michelle Troconis, let me rephrase the question. Whether or not there was blood or was not blood that you recall on that steering wheel, the purpose of telling Michelle Troconis this was part of your efforts to get her to elicit more information from him, correct?
I just object, Your Honor. He's asking him to speculate as to Detective Clavy's mindset.
Well, if the question was posed by Detective Clavy, this witness cannot testify concerning Detective Clavy's motivation. So it's a matter of no foundation sustained.
Did you know why Detective Clavy made that statement to Mr. Troconis or not?
No, I did not.
So was that all news to you when he said that to her about there would have been blood on the steering wheel of the 2017 Suburban?
I'm not sure what you mean by, was that news?
Were you surprised when Detective Clavy said that to her?
Going to object, Your Honor, relevance grounds.
Well, because the area being explored is police interrogation techniques, a question concerning whether one officer's question took the other officer by surprise, the court will allow.
Please ask it again, Counselor.
Yes. Were you unaware or surprised when Detective Clavy suggested that to Mr. Troconis about there perhaps being blood on the steering wheel?
Unaware or surprised? I was not surprised.
That he said that to her?
Correct.
Did you have any information as of that moment that there in fact was blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban?
Judge, I just object, asked and answered at this point.
Well, the question has been asked. There's no documentation that there was blood on the steering wheel. That's how the court understood the testimony. And the fact that Detective Clavy said there was blood on the steering wheel does not allow this witness to determine what was Detective Clavy's state of mind when he said it. So asked and answered is sufficient, sustained.
But I was asking now about this witness's understanding, knowledge, not about Detective Clavy's this time.
Well, testimony has been this witness did not claim to know that there was blood on the steering wheel. Sustained.
By the way, between June 2nd and June 6th, Michelle Troconis had not been back at 4 Jefferson Crossing. Is that correct?
Going to object, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
Oh, well, the questions now are weaving in and out of the video and the nature of the investigation. So the question now is, had Michelle Troconis returned to 4 Jefferson Crossing between, as the court understood the question, June 2nd and June 6th?
I'll just note, Your Honor, there's a ton of evidence from the video itself that indicates what the answer is, and I'm asking this question to confirm with this witness what we all heard on the video.
Well, what the court recalls being stated in the video was that Michelle Troconis wanted to return to get certain items. But the question posed by counsel is, did she return to get certain items?
It was actually in the negative that she had not returned in between before June 6th.
Certainly.
Well, the court does not know what the relevance of the question is. Sustained.
In the video, we hear Mr. Colangelo giving Ms. Troconis permission to go in to get clothing for herself and her daughter the next day or the day after the 6th, correct?
Correct.
And she had indicated that she had not been allowed back since May 31st. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Eventually, you know that, by the way, did you attempt to speak to Mr. Dulos during this time frame?
Did I attempt personally?
Yes.
No.
You did not?
No.
You had been told he was not going to talk to detectives though, right?
Yes,
So you didn't try to talk to him.
that's correct.
And you learned more and more about Dulos each time that you were interviewing Mr. Troconis, right? In between, correct?
More and more about Photos Dulos?
About Dulos from from about him each time you interviewed Mr. Troconis, right?
She gave additional information about Photos with each interview.
Well, I'm not asking you necessarily
Okay, so
about
what are
what
you
she told you. I'm talking about the investigation.
Oh, I'm
had
sorry.
uncovered
Yes, yes,
Other stuff about him,
that's
right?
correct.
Mr. McGinnis started to talk about the August 13th, 2019 interview, correct? The
Correct.
other day. But we haven't shown that. That was also recorded, right?
Yes,
At some point, I suppose we'll see it, but the jury hasn't seen it yet. That's with you here, correct?
that's correct. Yes.
And you do know that Mr. Dulos was able to move back into Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
Judge, just gonna object, calls for hearsay. It's also outside the scope at this point.
Well, the court sees it at this point as outside of the scope whether Fotis Dulos was allowed to move back into Fort Jefferson Crossing, so that's sustained. It is about 1 o'clock. What we plan to do is take our lunch and recess from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case. Thank you.
the one side of the document that was an original with the purple line on it that Mr. Dulos wrote.
Yes,
The other one she told you was in the possession of Mr. Bowman, right?
yes,
Hers.
yes,
Yeah, she had the two that we showed, the phone calls and her timeline. She told you that Mr. Bowman had it, right?
yes,
And we see in that June 6th video that Mr. Bowman says, she gave it to me, and he starts searching through his papers, right?
yes,
You had no reason to doubt that, did you?
no,
She also told you that this was the first time that she had shaved Mr. Dulos's head, correct?
correct.
But she told you he'd done it before for water skiing, right?
That he had done it before. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
it was for water skiing.
Well, I'm just going to show you Exhibit I, which is Defense Exhibit I. It's already in evidence. Let me show you a couple of the images from that. Is the screen on? I'm going to ask you just, do you see that?
Yeah, yes.
And what's the date from that image, the post?
December 24, 2016,
2016, right?
2016.
And the next one? What's the date for that one?
June 25, 2016.
The next one? Can you zoom in a bit? Well, before you do, what's the date on that one?
June 18, 2017.
So you'd agree this wasn't the first time you'd ever close cropped his hair, correct? In 2019, that is.
He had short hair previously. I don't know if it was as short as it was when we encountered him on the 31st.
And talking a little bit about things that each time you talk to her, you would try to corroborate that information, correct?
Correct.
And it led to sometimes more questions, right?
Yes.
And sometimes it led to leaving certain issues alone and just talking about other issues, correct?
Yes.
Just gonna object, Your Honor, it's vague.
Well, sustained, but it was responded to, so the court is going to allow the response to stand.
Did you look for Instagram or social media posts of Fotis Dulos with close cropped hair after Michelle told you that this wasn't the first time that he had done this?
I did not personally, but
Someone did?
someone did.
Okay. So you had no reason to disbelieve her about that, did you? That this wasn't the first time that he had close cropped hair for water skiing?
No.
She also told you that Pavel Gumieni had supposedly was down in New Canaan, correct?
On the 24th?
On the
Yes.
24th, right?
Yes.
And told you about him driving back and seeing him with the Tacoma at 80 Mountain Spring Road, right? On the 24th, not the Tacoma and the Raptor
She
at
said-
80 Mountain
She
Spring
talked
Road.
about the Raptor.
Well, let's be
on-
clear. On
Yeah,
May
please be
24th,
clear.
she was at 80 Mountain Spring when Pavel showed up in the Raptor, correct?
That's correct.
The Tacoma was already at 80 Mountain Spring Road at that time, right?
And which interview are we speaking of?
The June 2nd interview.
She did not specify that during the June 2nd interview.
June 6th interview?
No,
She didn't mention it at June 6th either?
no.
She told you though, however, that he had come up from New Canaan, right?
She told us he had arrived and that supposedly he was coming from New Canaan. She couldn't say that for sure. She was very clear about that.
That she couldn't say for sure, but that would be something you would check, right? To see if it could be confirmed or not, right?
Yes,
You were not able to confirm that Pavel was in New Canaan that day, were you, at the job site?
Well, I'm going to object, Your Honor, because this is hearsay.
Well,
Again, it's not,
He's specifically asking the question, did you confirm, which means he's offering it for its truth. And so my objection is hearsay.
well, the question is, the court's going to frame the question. Were you able to verify that Pavel was in New Canaan on that date? That's the question. And the answer is either yes or no.
Yes,
you were able to verify it
yes,
through video
through video.
on the 24th?
On Friday, May 24th.
So you saw Pavel on a video on May 24th in New Canaan?
My recollection is we saw the Raptor,
At the Sturbridge Hill
61 Sturbridge Hill.
on that date? The 24th, or are you thinking the 22nd or 21st?
No, I'm thinking of Friday, May 24th.
Now, when Mr. McGinnis put Michelle's timeline from May 24th up on the screen, he asked you whether she said anything about dropping off trash or disposing of trash on Albany Avenue, right?
Judge, just so the record's clear, I did not put it up on the screen.
All right. When he showed you the piece of paper that's Exhibit 74, he then asked you about whether she wrote on that document that she had been on Albany Avenue with Fotis Dulos when he was disposing of garbage bags. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
And your answer was no, correct?
my answer was no, correct.
But when she didn't put on it that she had been to Starbucks, did she?
No, the last entry was 710 or 510, excuse me.
She didn't put on there that she'd been to Starbucks on the timeline, did she?
Correct,
She stopped at 5:10, right?
correct.
Yeah, remind us, when did the police become aware that Jennifer Dulos was missing?
Which police?
The New Canaan police.
The evening of the 24th of May.
And the information, whether it's true or not, the last time she was known to have communicated was in the morning, isn't that right?
That's correct.
I'm just going to show you from Exhibit K. This is already marked. You obtained, or someone obtained the surveillance cameras from the Starbucks in West Hartford, correct?
Correct,
And that's also right on Route 44.
yes.
It's between, I don't want to put up a map, but it's between the Avon, Deer Cliff Road, and down to Hartford, right? It's in between those points along Route 44, correct?
That's correct.
So I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit K for a moment here. And do you recognize hold on. Other, that working? All right, could you point to where Michelle Troconis is in this screenshot?
This is Michelle Troconis.
Okay, and do you know who the person with her is? Can you identify that person?
Appears to be Fotis Dulos.
And let me show you one other screenshot from this video. Do you recognize the people that are in this video as well?
Yes,
And again, I don't know why my pointer is not working, but is that Michelle holding a sandwich on the left there?
yes,
Talking to Mr. Dulos?
appears to be yes.
And she had indicated that to you in the interview that she had bought a sandwich at Starbucks, right?
Correct,
She
yes.
said it tasted terrible and she threw it away, right?
Yes.
Her timeline didn't mention Pavel taking the motorcycle that night, did it?
No,
It didn't mention her going home after trying to drop off her rugs and learning that the place closed at 5:30, did it?
no,
It didn't mention anything about Fotis Dulos going jogging that night, did it?
no,
It didn't mention anything about having to pick up her daughter at school after she was in the school play, did it?
correct, it did not.
You knew, she told you that her daughter had been in a play that night, right?
Yes,
In fact, she told you it was the play Chicago, right?
right,
That the students were putting on at Ethel Walker School, right?
correct.
No mention of that, right?
That's correct.
There's no mention of the Farmington police coming to her house around 8:15, 8:30 that night, right?
8:30, yes, correct.
Coming to her house to tell Mr. Dulos that his wife was missing. That's not in there either, is it?
No, it's not.
So this entire timeline wasn't a complete rendition of everything that she had done, was it? On May 24th.
Apparently not.
Just have a moment. I have nothing further.
Redirect, please.
Yes, Judge. Detective Kimball, you were asked on cross-examination specifically as to the defendant's account, whether she had seen Mr. Dulos in the four-group office on May 24th, 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And you and Attorney Schoenhorn had a back and forth about whether or not she had seen him in the office or simply heard him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to play, Your Honor, if I could.
I'm going to object as to the mischaracterization. I didn't ever use the word heard him. I said that she believed he was there because Mawini was there and she had been told that he had a meeting with him. So I object to the characterization.
Well, the court does not recall on cross-examination the question as to whether Michelle Troconis heard Fotis Dulos. But nevertheless, that does not foreclose the line of question.
You just heard Attorney Schoenhorn's objection, correct?
Yes.
So let me try to reframe the question. You had a back and forth with Attorney Schoenhorn about whether or not the defendant actually said she saw Mr. Dulos in the office or whether or not she just assumed that he was in the office, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so if I just have a moment, I'll take care of this. I'm going to play, Your Honor, the first interview, Your Honor. Specifically, there's a time clock. If I could just have one moment, actually.
Yes.
I just want to make sure I play the right time. This is the time clock, Your Honor. It's 14:50 and 19 seconds to 14:51 and 6 seconds.
Occasion, as I always do, in the table or in the chair, I go up to the office, I was gonna do a coffee, I didn't. I don't remember if I did a coffee, I don't think so. Usually, I do coffees every time after trouble. We go with, sometimes with photos, sometimes without photos. I walk, Kent, the lawyer is there. They're talking the further, have you been in the house, no?
Just explain,
They're in the table, down the office,
They, Kent and who?
and photos.
Kent and Photos.
I grab my computer,
Detective Kimball, did you have an opportunity to listen to the defendant's words in that particular clip?
Yes,
What did she say about whether or not she'd seen Mr. Dulos in the office on May 24th?
she stated she saw there at. She stated she saw Mr. Dulos
And did she indicate where in the office she had seen him?
towards the back of the office with Kent Mawini.
She didn't say that she assumed that he was in the office in that clip, did she?
She did not.
Now, I want to play for you another clip. You'll recall that you and Detective Clabby had a series of interactions with the defendant during the interview where you and Detective Clabby overtly suggested and at times indirectly suggested that Mr. Dulos had killed Jennifer Dulos. Do you recall that?
I do.
So I'm going to play for you. This is the time clock, 16:01:53 to 16:02:12.
Jen. Okay, this is that. We know this. We need to find Jennifer. Is there anywhere that
then
you,
you look in the house,
we're at your house.
and
Listen,
So the beginning of the clip was a little bit cut off, but Detective Clabby indicated to the defendant that Fotis had killed Jennifer, and that was a fact, correct?
I do remember that, yes.
And the defendant asked you, did you look in the house?
Yes.
Did you find that response odd?
Objection, irrelevant, speculation.
Well, this is the witness's perception of how he perceived the response. Overruled.
Yes, I found it unusual.
Why?
It was a jump to something that we were making a statement. She was alluding to the house.
And I want to also just direct you back now. You recall the back and forth that you had with Attorney Schoenhorn about whether or not she had assumed that she saw Mr. Dulos in the office or whether or not she had actually said that she saw Mr. Dulos in the office. Now,
Yep.
at this point, the defendant has been told by Detective Clabby that Fotis
I'm going to
Dulos.
object, this is narration, this is not a redirect, and it's not a question.
Well, it's preliminary because the question concerns what the conversation was in the video at the interview. This is setting up the question that's going to be asked, so it's preliminary, overruled.
Detective Clabby had said to the defendant, as we just saw, at around 16:02, I believe, that Fotis had killed Jennifer and that was a fact, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall after that, that the subject of Fotis Dulos's whereabouts on the morning of May 24th, 2019 came up again?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to play 16:12:46 to 16:13:52.
Tell me with 100% certainty that you saw Fotis in the house on the morning of the 24th.
and when I woke up, yes,
At what time?
7:40 the alarm, 7:42 I was in the room.
And for how long of a time did you see him?
It's 6:40.
Okay, and how long of a time did you see him for?
No, just in the shower and then I left. Down, I get the juice,
So just to go back, at 6:40 is the time you saw Fotis first in the house, and then you don't see him again until you have lunch?
Mm-hmm.
So basically from 6:40 to lunchtime,
No, sorry, I went back to the office.
okay, what time?
9 o'clock. It's not in the room.
9 o'clock?
No, yes. 8.
You went back to his office and saw him?
He was with Kent sitting at the far end of the office.
And that's at
And
8
that was
o'clock.
like 8:15, 8.
So just to be clear, this particular exchange occurred after Detective Clabby had told her that Mr. Dulos killed Jennifer, is that right?
That's correct.
And the defendant once again repeated to you that she had seen Mr.
Objection
Dulos.
leading.
What did the
Well-
defendant say to you
Well, the
about?
court has the opportunity to rule. It is leading, but it's not leading to the point of unfair prejudice. It's a reiteration. Overruled.
And the defendant once again said to you, not that she assumed Mr. Dulos was in the office, but that she actually saw him in the office, correct?
She stated she saw him in the office, yes.
Detective Kimball, you were asked about whether or not the defendant was speaking to you about her usual day or whether or not she was speaking with you about that day. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
I want to play another clip. And I believe this is the clip, Judge. It's 14:45 and 4 seconds to 14:46 and 53 seconds.
Usually I have the alarm set for 6:40 every day, but not Thursdays because Nicole goes to school on Thursdays. She gets in at 9 instead of 8. So from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Fridays, my alarm is always mine and Nicole's alarm is always set at 6:40.
Okay, you live at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes,
Okay, with Focus and with
and Nicole,
Okay,
yes,
and Nicole is 12?
yes.
Okay, all right.
So my normal day, the alarm sounds, usually I'm in my room, she's in her room. She wakes up, she's very independent, she wakes up, I hear the shower turning on. That day I slept with her because then from Thursday to Friday, it was raining, there was thunderstorms.
Okay.
So she called me at 12:59
Mhm.
when she's scared and then have the phone next to my bed.
Right.
She called me, I answered, she said, I'm scared. And obviously, I mean, when she says that, I hang up and I go, I leave my phone and I go to her room. So I did that. So obviously I woke up and I was with her in her bed.
Mhm.
The alarm sounds, I wake up and I go to our bedroom. I turn off my alarm that is snoozing my bedroom. Fotis wakes up too. When I go to the bathroom, I brush my teeth and I get into the shower.
Mhm.
I don't wet my head usually because I usually take a fast shower to take me going. Fotis jumps into the shower with me.
Detective Kimball, the defendant began talking about what happens during a usual day, but then she specifically directed you to this particular day. Is that right?
That's correct.
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object, one, to the characterization, the jury has heard it, and two, that this is clearly leading, and it's not preliminary. He's telling the witness how he should perceive this and how they should perceive what was just said.
Well, the difference between a leading question when there's no video of the actual interview and a leading question when there is actual video and audio of the interview is clear. This is a recap of what was already in the video and in evidence. So that's not the same as a leading question when none of this has been heard before. Overruled.
You may answer the question, sir.
Could you re-ask it, please?
The defendant began by talking to you about her usual day, but then specifically directed you to what occurred that day. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about various pieces of information that you were able to confirm, that is, information that the defendant gave you. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Was there also information that you were unable to confirm?
Yes.
And was there also information that was contradicted by later investigation?
Yes.
Incidentally, you were asked a series of questions about the defendant's physical condition during this particular interview. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Just for the record, Judge, I'm holding State's Exhibit 74. It consists of 3 documents. I'm referring specifically to the document that begins with the time entry of 640 for Mr. Schulman's benefit. Just handing you this document. Detective Kimball, you were asked questions about the defendant's physical condition. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever indicate to you that she hadn't slept before she wrote this document?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This had nothing, we're talking about the conditions in the interview. I didn't ask anything about when she wrote anything. I didn't ask any question about her condition on May 24th. So this is clearly outside the scope.
Well, the court hears the question this way, and perhaps there needs to be clarification. Was the defendant tired when she wrote the timeline such that she left things out? That's how the court hears the question. Or did you notice if the defendant was tired?
Perhaps, may I just ask
Yes.
another question, Your Honor? Attorney Schoenhorn asked you a series of questions about the defendant's physical condition. We've talked about that, correct?
Correct.
And he asked you whether or not she had eaten. He asked you whether or not she was exhausted, things of that nature, correct?
Yes, correct.
Did the defendant, and she relayed information during the course of this interview, true?
True.
Did the defendant ever indicate that she was exhausted when she wrote that timeline?
No.
Did the defendant ever indicate that she was dizzy when she wrote that timeline?
No.
Was the defendant under arrest when she wrote that timeline?
No.
Incidentally, you were asked on cross-examination whether or not Starbucks was included in this timeline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
When did the defendant go to Starbucks?
At approximately 8 p.m., 7:58, 8 p.m. the 24th.
And how long after the defendant was observed on Albany Avenue with Mr. Dulos would that have been?
10 minutes approximately.
So the entire trip to Hartford and Starbucks was not included in this, correct?
That's correct.
From an investigative perspective, did you find that strange?
Yes.
Objection. Irrelevant opinion.
Well, the question was, from an investigator's perspective, did you find that strange? The answer was yes, but if there's no follow-up, the court can draw no conclusion about whether it is relevant.
Why did you find that strange, sir?
Objection.
Grounds.
The same, that's why I object to the first. His opinion on why a particular answer he found strange is speculation. It goes to his lay opinion. It has nothing to do with the case. And essentially, it doesn't matter what he thought about it.
Your Honor, may I
Well-
be heard on that?
Well, the court is able to address the objection. The question, did you find that strange, leads to another question. And that question is, for what reason did you find it strange? And the witness is going to testify that he found it strange because certain things didn't, to use a colloquial phrase, didn't add up. So it's overruled.
Why did you find it strange, sir?
Found it to be strange because it was potentially incriminating information and it was omitted.
Incidentally, you were also asked a series of questions on cross-examination about the defendant using the English language.
Correct.
What language was her timeline written in?
English.
To your knowledge, did any police officers force her to write this in English?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Similarly, you were asked on cross-examination about a document contained within State's Exhibit 74, which included, well, it's titled phone calls. Do you recall that document?
Yes,
What language was that written in?
also in English.
Did the defendant ever tell you that she was malnourished when she wrote this particular document?
No, she did not.
Was the defendant under arrest when she wrote that particular document?
She was not, no.
Just going to return 74 to the clerk. Detective, you were asked a series of questions on cross-examination, I believe it was Friday, although it might have been today as well, about your experience in general with interrogating suspects. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, yes,
And some of the questions that you were asked included whether or not someone who was educated could be nervous, things of that nature. Do you recall that line of questioning?
yes, I do.
Detective, in your experience in questioning suspects, do arrestees and suspects in crimes provide detailed accounts in attempts to show that they're being truthful at times?
Objection, it's vague, it's irrelevant what happens in other cases, and it's, again, going to lay opinion about comparing her to some other random, unknown other suspect.
Well, it wasn't irrelevant on Friday, Judge, when he asked these types of questions. I'd ask the court for a little bit of leeway here.
Well, the questions on Friday were, as the court recalls them, cannot someone who is educated get nervous? And the line of questioning concerned, cannot someone who is essentially well-read get nervous? Now, this line of questioning is questioning about general observations or perceptions by this witness of suspects in crimes and whether they, that is, those suspects can provide detailed information. And the court assumes that was the thrust of the question. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
So again, the question is, isn't it true that those who are suspected of crimes who are being interrogated by the police can provide detailed information? So essentially, the court hears the objection, but the thrust of the inquiry is everybody who talks to the police in interrogations doesn't forget details. That's what the thrust of the question is, as the court understands. So the court's going to allow it. Overruled.
City Attorney, would you mind re-asking the question? please?
Would Madam Monitor be able to read it back?
Questioning suspects. Should you recall that line of questioning?
Yes, I do.
Detective, in your experience in questioning suspects, do arrestees and suspects in crimes provide detailed accounts in attempts to show that they're being truthful at times? Yeah.
You may answer.
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about the fact that you and Detective Clabby occasionally interrupted the defendant. Do you recall those lines of questions?
Yes, I do.
Were there also times during the interview where you allowed the defendant to speak without interruption?
Yes.
And were your attempts at interrupting to provide a particular direction to the interview at times?
Yes, they were.
The defendant indicated that she relies on her phone, or at least her attorney indicated that she relies on her phone, I guess, in recalling certain events. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
But isn't it a fact, sir, that she relayed all of that information to you on June 2nd and June 6th without the benefit of her phone?
Yes.
You were asked questions on cross-examination on Friday about the defendant's activities on May 30th, 2019. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not she had to provide DNA, fingerprints, and participate in full-body photographs up at Troop L. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Just to be clear here, I mean, she wasn't brought up there willy-nilly. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, there was a search warrant that had been authorized by the court, correct?
Objection.
Well, the court has heard the testimony, and the question, she was not brought up there willy-nilly, then begs the next question, there was a search warrant, wasn't there? So if the defense had indicated that she was brought up there willy-nilly, then the questions would be relevant. But the court can recall no instance where the defense has alleged she was brought to Litchfield willy-nilly.
Judge, may we just approach on this one very quickly?
Yes.
Detective, you were shown a second weather report today by Attorney Schoenhorn. Do you recall that?
Yes,
I guess the first weather report that he displayed for the jury had the wrong time. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And I guess these weather websites can be hard to navigate at times. Was that your experience?
Yes, it was.
You were asked on cross-examination on Friday about whether the defendant had been, quote, a little annoyed, quote, with Mr. Dulos for going to Jennifer's house. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
She did not use the words that she was a little annoyed, did she?
She did not know.
What did she say about that?
She said she was angry and she threw the phone down.
Did she also indicate that she accused Mr. Dulos of being disrespectful?
She did, yes.
You were asked on cross-examination whether or not the defendant had offered to dig holes and look for Jennifer. Do you recall those lines of questions?
Yes,
Specifically that she was offering to help find Jennifer's body.
what she was claiming, yes.
Now, you had an opportunity, or at least someone in the room did, to ask the defendant what she thought had happened to Jennifer. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
What did the defendant tell investigators about what she had thought happened to Jennifer?
She stated that she thought Jennifer was hiding from her family, hopefully, and that she was still alive.
So she's offering to dig holes even though she believes that Jennifer's still alive?
Objection, argumentative, leading, and mischaracterization.
I'll
It's
withdraw,
at a different point.
I'll withdraw, Judge. During the first interview, the defendant was confronted by Detective Clabby about the FedEx envelope being thrown down the sewer. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And specifically, do you recall what the defendant said during the first interview about whether or not she had seen Mr. Dulos put something in the sewer?
she said, yes, she saw it and that she was asking him why he was doing it.
Now, directing your attention to the second interview on June 6th, what did the defendant say about whether or not she had seen Mr. Dulos put anything down the sewer?
She denied having seen him put anything into the storm drain.
You were asked on cross-examination about the defendant's claim that the first time she learned about Jennifer's disappearance was when the Farmington Police Department arrived at Fort Jefferson Crossing in the evening of May 24th. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
I'd like to play another clip. If I could just have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play 16:29 in 4 seconds to 16:30 in 50 seconds.
Yeah, what was in the bags?
No, why do you have to do this now? And he's like, no, wait. I never finished the story of when the police came.
Tell us.
Okay, because after we went to the Starbucks, we went to the house, I threw the sandwich because it was disgusting.
He likes that also. So all of you.
Terrible
You're
sandwich.
not happy, go ahead.
So, and when I went up, I'm in the laundry, I see a police car come. So this is like at 8:30.
This is 24th Friday, we're back.
Yes. And I go out, and I was about to go down the stairs, and Floppy, and I'm like, and I see Floppy, and I thought this is a police car down. And he goes, he's like, no. He walks to the door. I didn't go down because I see police and I panic. I don't know why. I think because I've seen too many terror movies. The police talks there in the door. It doesn't go in, or Fotis doesn't go out. It was like in the door, in the middle of the door. I go to my room. I was in Nicole's room, and I'm like, okay, I want to be here. I go to my room. I went to the bathroom. I changed my.
Okay, that's your mark.
And then I go back and like, what happened? And he says, the police just said Jennifer's missing. I'm like, what?
Detective Kimball, do you recall that exchange with the defendant?
Yes.
Now, where did the defendant tell you her daughter was on May 24th in the evening hours?
The daughter was at a play at Ethel Walker School until 9 p.m.
So at the time that the police arrived, the defendant's daughter was not home, correct?
That's correct.
The defendant indicated to you, though, that when the police arrived at 4 Jefferson Crossing, she, quote, panicked,
That's what she said, yes.
and she indicated that she, quote, panicked because she had seen too many, quote, terror movies.
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Detective, did you find that strange?
Objection. Yeah, this-
Well, at this point, the question is, well, did you find it strange that the defendant said she panicked because perhaps she had seen too many terror movies? Now, the next question is, did you find that strange? And the court assumes that the "that" refers to the fact that the defendant said she panicked because she had seen too many terror movies. Well, at this point, if the court allows the response, then the next question should be, did you find it strange as soon as she said it? So at this point, it seems as if the responses are being, the witness is being goaded into saying something that we didn't see on the video.
Exactly.
So the court is going to sustain the objection.
Did the defendant also indicate during that exchange when referencing the Farmington Police Department arriving that she, quote, didn't want to be there?
Yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about whether or not the defendant told you on June 2nd and June 6th when you interviewed her that Pavel Gumieni's Toyota Tacoma was present at 80 Mountain. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Did she ever tell you that that Tacoma was present at 80 Mountain while she was there during either of those interviews?
Not during the first 2 interviews, no.
She did, however, discuss the Porsche Cayenne with you, correct?
Yes.
What did she say about the Porsche Cayenne?
That it was parked at 585 Deer Cliff and that it remained there. They'd had an accident.
So what vehicles did she discuss relative to their locations on May 24th, 2019 with you during the June 2nd and June 6th interviews?
The Cherokee, which she was driving, the Suburban, the 2015 Suburban owned by Ford Group, the 2014 Raptor, and the Porsche.
You were asked on cross-examination about how many stops Mr. Dulos made in the area of Albany Avenue, specifically how many stops were recorded. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And I believe you were indicated that you reviewed some of that footage. Is that correct?
that's correct, yes.
Specifically, there's footage where the bed of Mr. Dulos's vehicle is visible. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes, that's correct.
And can you describe to the jury what's visible in the bed?
I'm going to object to him describing what was in a video and characterizing what's in the video.
Well, that's funny, Judge, because on Friday during cross-examination, Mr. Schoenhorn asked Detective Kimball whether or not it was raining hard, or actually, I think the question was describe what you see in the video. So, I think that the defense, quite frankly, needs to be consistent when they're objecting. If they're going to be using certain tools in examination, that's fine, but the state should be afforded the same opportunity when it gets up for redirect examination.
I believe a video showing pouring rain is a little different than having this witness describe what he thinks, his opinion on what he thinks is in the vehicle. So the jury has seen it, they can reach their own conclusion. His opinion is irrelevant and has no bearing on anything that this court has to determine.
Wasn't it his opinion that it was raining hard?
Now,
I'm not asking.
this now is argumentative. So the question the court believes can be asked is whether there were black garbage bags in the back of the pickup. And what happened to those bags according to the video? Or what did you see Fotis Dulos do with the bags in the video?
I don't think that's where he's going. That's where his opinion, what he thinks that he did with them.
Well, that's not the question the court heard. Perhaps it should be asked again.
Detective Kimball, you indicated that you had reviewed some surveillance footage. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And at various times in the surveillance footage, was the bed of Mr. Dulos's Raptor visible?
Yes,
And I believe you indicated that Mr. Dulos turned off of Albany Avenue at one point and the bed of his Raptor was visible.
yes, that's correct.
What did you see inside the bed of the pickup truck in that surveillance footage?
Objection. He's not being asked what he sees Mr. Dulos doing. He's asking for an opinion on what he thinks is in that vehicle.
It's not an opinion.
Well, there is video. There is clear evidence that there are black, large plastic garbage bags in the bed of the truck. So if the answer goes beyond that, then the jury can determine the credibility of the response. Overruled.
You may answer the question, sir.
As the vehicle turned off Albany Avenue onto Milford Street, traveling southbound, you could see into the bed and you could see that there were several black plastic garbage bags in the rear of that vehicle.
And after that vehicle turned, did the bed of the pickup truck become visible again in additional surveillance footage?
Yes, it did.
It described to the jury what it looked like at that point.
There were definitely,
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, overruled.
there were fewer black plastic garbage bags in the bed of the Raptor.
And if I just have a moment with my colleague, Your Honor. Judge, I have an exhibit I'd like marked. Detective Kimball, you were asked on cross-examination about some screenshots that showed the defendant and Mr. Dulos at Starbucks. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
The surveillance footage from Starbucks, however, is not a still camera, is it?
that's correct.
In fact, it's a motion camera.
That's correct.
Whole thing.
The bottom, there's three things. The bottom one is the whole 3 hours. The top one is to the time. You want to look at it?
All right, I think Attorney Schoenhorn just wants to review the exhibit. I don't know if
Yeah.
you want to take
Which-
maybe a quick afternoon break.
Which exhibit is it?
This is State 79, Your Honor.
Do you wish to take the recess now, Attorney Sherman?
Well, I just heard there's more than one thing on there. I just want to see what those other things are. So I may not object. I just need to know what's on.
Well, the question is, how long will it take you to do that? Or should we take the recess now?
I have no objection to taking the recess now.
If this is the last, I don't know if this is the end of the questioning. If it's not, I would suggest that we could take our usual break and I would watch it while I'll try to multitask while he's asking other questions. It's up to the court.
You can proceed, Attorney McGinnis. You can proceed.
I think, well, I'm nearing the end, Judge. I don't know if this is going to be the actual last segment of my questions, but I'm prepared to play it now. So
And Attorney Schoenhorn knows that what you're trying to,
I've alerted
Sure.
him what the exhibit is, yes.
and so what you're saying is you haven't seen it recently yourself, correct?
Well, I just heard there were 3 separate files on there. I would be only aware of 1, maybe 2, but I need to see what is on there. I just got to make sure that it's what I think.
Well, if we can do that in the next 2 minutes, that would be more helpful. In other words, if you can check it out now, that would be more helpful.
I will do that. You want to talk about having the jury in while I'm plugging in my,
Correct.
oh, I'll just state, Your Honor, there appear to be 5 files on this exhibit. Some of them look like hours and hours, it looks like, of Starbucks video. See every customer come in, what they're ordering. That's just my cursory review. So I'm certainly going to object to all of that being played, but if the state wants to put all of that in, that's what's on this exhibit. So unless they're going to play, it's like 9 hours of Starbucks, you know what everybody orders and what people like at Starbucks, I'm going to have to object to this exhibit. If there was a separate one that was just the part that I assume they were interested in, there are a couple of files that seem to be the video from which the screenshots were taken. I'm not going to object. I just object to this disc because of that.
Well, the court understands that Attorney McGinnis was not offering 9 hours worth of Starbucks
I am
video.
not, Judge.
So do you have the time stamps for the edited pieces, Attorney McGinnis?
Attorney Manning is indicating that she believes it's on the video, but perhaps if we could just take the afternoon recess, Judge, and I can shore that up and perhaps create a disc that is agreeable to Mr. Schoenhorn.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess until 3:30 today. Please do not discuss the case.
All rise. This honorable spirit court now taking the
I think
recess.
that's what we're gonna do. We had
This honorable Superior Court now opens the second session. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Thank you.
Judge, we just got this copy. I don't know if Attorney Schoenholm wants to review it in advance.
If it just has the two files that I skimmed through, I don't have a problem.
So, Your Honor, my understanding is that there's 3 clips. The first clip is broken into when they walk in and when they leave, and then there's still a 3rd clip. But I think the gravamen of Attorney Schoenhorn's concern with the previous exhibit was that there are people, I guess, there's hours and hours of footage. My understanding from speaking with my colleague is that that has now been reduced to what we'll call the relevant portion of the footage. But if Attorney Schoenhorn wants to review it now, I don't have an objection to that.
Well,
Judge
you
Schoenhorn.
did too. Could you just, what is the 3rd one? So at least I know.
Switches to the counter camera, and it goes back to the exit camera. Because it develops their time, so that's why it's divided into 3. It's really only 2 clips, but the first one is the entrance, and we go back to the entrance.
Oh, so you broke up that one.
We put the- so
It's not the one with you, where the sun is shining.
It's not,
Because that one, it's hard to see anything. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to object, Judge.
May I have this marked as 80, so 79 can stay for ID.
Yes. We can bring the jury back in, please. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yep.
May I inquire?
Yeah.
Detective Kimball, before we broke, we were discussing the Starbucks surveillance footage. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as the case officer on this particular investigation, have you had an opportunity to review that surveillance footage?
Yes, I have.
Judge, this is 80. I'm going to move it into evidence formally in front of the jury.
Thank you.
And I have no objection to that, what we're now showing.
Thank you. States 80, a full exhibit.
And Your Honor, for the record, States 80 contains 3 separate clips, and we're just going to play those in order. We're not going to play clip 2, Judge? And we're playing clip 3 now. That concludes the third clip, Judge. Detective Kimball, you had a chance to review that surveillance footage before, correct?
Correct.
And that Starbucks is located in West Hartford?
Yes, on Albany Avenue.
In order to get to the area where Mr. Dulos was observed dumping trash, would you have to drive past that Starbucks?
Yes, you would.
Assuming you were coming from 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, you would travel east past it, and then you would go out to where he was dumping trash.
You were asked questions on cross-examination about the divorce proceedings between Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Dulos. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Did the defendant, during the course of the second interview, describe her feelings about the Dulos divorce proceedings?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
She described them as being a nightmare for her.
Did she indicate that it had been 2 years of torture?
Yes.
The defendant told you during the interview that Mr. Dulos did not tell her what to write in her timeline. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, we've seen Mr. Dulos's timeline, or at least the timeline that the defendant identified as Mr. Dulos's timeline, state 75. Was the Hartford trash dumping in his timeline?
It was not, no.
During the course of the first interview, the defendant used the words car wash. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury the context in which the defendant used the word car wash?
Myself and Detective Clabby were talking about if someone were to have committed a crime down in New Canaan, where they would go to clean up. And we were referring to 61 Sturbridge Hill to find out whether there was water at that house that was under construction. And that is when the defendant brought up, she first said a car, and then she said car wash.
During the June 2nd or June 6th interviews, did the defendant ever indicate to you that she had traveled in tandem with Mr. Dulos to a car wash on May 29th?
No, she did not.
If I could just have a moment, Judge.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you.
No, I don't.
There are only a few points that I want to ask about that was just brought up on redirect. You were asked some questions about her reaction to indicating that she thought that Jennifer Dulos was still alive. And that's partially based on what she had been told by Mr. Dulos, correct?
We asked her what happened, she thought happened to Jennifer.
Yeah,
Yes.
you would ask that question. Or Detective Clabby, sometimes it's difficult to tell who's asking what, right?
Correct.
Especially in that first interview, it's kind of blurry. The quality isn't great, right?
Correct.
Hopefully the state police have, gotten better equipment since 2019, I hope.
First interview with the New Canaan site.
Well, that was the New Canaan police anyway, wasn't it?
Yes.
Their
Yes.
equipment.
Yes.
Okay. So when she told you the details about why she thought that Miss Farber-Dulos was still alive, she went into some description about what the experts in the divorce case had written. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And she said that she never got to see the report, but others had told her that's what was in it, right?
That's correct.
And she did mention Mike Rose as one of those people, didn't she?
Yes, you did.
And you do know that Attorney Rose was Fotis Dulos's divorce attorney at that time, correct?
Again, I think we discussed the other day, I was unaware that he was a divorce attorney. I knew that he was just in contact with Fotis.
You knew he was one of his attorneys, you just didn't know what he was representing him on, right?
Correct.
You subsequently did learn he was one of the divorce attorneys in the divorce case, right?
Correct. Yes.
I just wanted to get that clarified. So when she offered to help you, quote, dig holes, unquote, right? This is after Detective Clabby had suggested that we, meaning we, the police, believe she might have been in the bags you were throwing out. Isn't that the words that he had used?
Yes.
And I'm just going to see if this, sort of refreshes your recollection. You asked questions about if you had to get rid of a body, or if you had to get rid of a body which was no longer in one piece, where would you go? And Michelle said, me, right, in that video?
Yes.
Right. And then you said, or where do you think Fotis might go?
Can you just clarify, are we referring to the first?
First interview. And I'll note, I'm referring to the New Canaan version of the transcription. So if you need to follow along. And didn't she say, oh God, I don't know. I mean, you're asking me something that, and then you said, because I unfortunately believe that's where we're at. That's the situation and it's terribly sad. Isn't that when she said, well, why don't you look there, meaning at the house?
First of all, I do remember saying what I said.
Mhm.
I am not sure what she followed up.
Do you remember though then saying, who's saying we're not looking there? Do you remember saying that to her? In
Yes.
response to, why don't you look there?
Yes.
Okay. And then, didn't she then go on to say that she would never talk to him like, where would you bury a body if it's not our conversation? Didn't she say that to you?
Yes.
And you said that, and then you responded that that if she had any guesses regard basically on what you know about him, we're looking for Jennifer, and we unfortunately, Jennifer may be, and she interrupted and says, I don't know, you said it's dead. And you go, what's that? You said that she's dead because you found the blood, okay?
Mhm.
I'm just leading that up to, isn't that when Mr. Clabby, Detective Clabby said, there's enough to suggest that, but we believe she might have been in the bags you were throwing out. And then her reaction was, she started crying, went, and she put her face in her hands, right? Isn't that
She put her
portion?
face in her hands, yes.
So when she offered to dig holes, that was after that conversation, isn't it?
Yes.
But when you asked her what she thought, she told you what she had believed at the time based on what others had told her, right?
Yes.
And you did at least confirm that others did say those things, right? It was in writing about things about Jennifer Dulos that were at least in writing, right?
Just gonna object, Judge. Calls for your side.
I'm not offering for the truth. I'm certainly not offering it for the truth. It's the fact that it was said, it was understood, and it was part of the reason for this conversation with her.
Additionally, Your Honor, I'd like to be heard on one additional matter at sidebar with respect to this.
Well, first, the court thinks it can address this objection without a sidebar. The question is, you became aware of basically the visitation study, and that other people, even though Michelle Troconis didn't see it, other people talked to her about the study. So the question is, did you become aware that other people talked to her about the study? And the objection is hearsay?
Well, the question was different, Judge, if I recall, and of course, the court's recollection controls, but I believe the question was whether or not he had confirmed that other people had said those things about Jennifer Dulos. And so that was the last question.
Thank you. Whether Detective Kimball had confirmed that other people said certain things about Jennifer Dulos and also conveyed those things to Michelle Troconis. That's the question.
Yes.
Well, did you become aware that other people essentially talked to Michelle Troconis about the study?
Right.
Well, that's offered for the truth, that other people talked to Michelle Troconis about the study. So since it's offered for the truth, it's hearsay, sustained.
She didn't give you the study document, the custody study herself, did she?
No,
Someone else gave you a copy at some point, correct?
Judge, objection, may we be heard at sidebar?
Well,
I think that calls for a yes or no question. I don't think it requires a side.
but it's probably the next question that's going to be a problem.
I'm not going to get into that next question. That was
Well,
gonna
the
be-
question is, did you ever get a copy of the study?
Yes,
That's the next question.
I don't think he answered that. That's the only question I'm asking.
And the objection to that question would be
I'd like to state my objection at sidebar, Your Honor, if I may.
no. What's the objection? On the grounds that the code of evidence provides.
Well, Your Honor, there was a discovery order in this case, and I'm concerned that we're walking up to it, and that's why I wanted to discuss it at sidebar. With respect to the evidentiary grounds, its relevance.
Well, the court is not going to allow any content from that study to come into evidence. So did this officer get a copy? Yes or no? And that's as far as it goes.
that's the question one more time.
Did you get a copy of that study?
A copy was obtained. I personally did not get a copy.
With regard to the timeline, you were just asked some more questions about her timeline, right?
Yes,
She didn't give it to you, did she?
no,
She had given it to her attorney, isn't that right?
correct.
And there was some mention just at the end here about a car wash. She had indicated that she gave it to her attorney when she met him the previous Wednesday. Isn't that right?
You're asking when she gave it to Attorney Bowman?
Right.
On what date?
Yeah.
I don't remember a specific date.
Well, you remember that she indicated she'd given it to him on their first time they had met, right?
Okay, yes.
You also know that was the day that, since it was brought up, that Mr. Dulos had washed a different car, correct?
That's correct.
At the car wash.
At Russell Speeders, Avon, yes.
Now, you were asked some questions about what seemed strange by her answers. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
Now, you've ever lived in South America yourself?
no,
You don't know what's considered strange and how people react in Venezuela, do you?
no,
Do you know anything about how people would act or react to these kind of accusations if they had lived for a period of time in Argentina?
no,
Or for that matter, if they'd lived in Miami with family members and didn't know, had never been involved with law enforcement before?
Correct. No, I don't know.
Did you find it strange that the state's attorney personally came in and sat down and participated in an interrogation
Objection,
of a
Judge.
suspect?
Objection, Judge. Relevance outside the scope.
He opened the door, and I am talking about what is strange or not strange.
Well, when the door is opened, a lot can come through. But the issue is whether it's relevant, whether it's confusing, whether it's unfairly prejudicial, whether it's a surprise, whether it's a waste of time, whether it is essentially needless presentation of cumulative evidence. Did you find it? The key to the door is not the word strange. So did you find it strange that Attorney Colangelo was there is not relevant? Just because the word is strange, that's not the key that opens every door. Sustained.
Well, again, in using Mr. McGinnis's word, did you find it strange that the state's attorney said he didn't think that Michelle knew anything?
Same, Judge.
Sustained.
Did you find it strange that Sergeant Ventresca said that she was the only person that ever picked up gum off a sidewalk when she never said that?
Just object, Judge. It's outside the scope.
Well, did you find it strange that Sergeant Ventresca said it's not relevant? Previously, there was a question concerning whether a certain question asked by Sergeant Ventresca was surprising. The response was no. This question does not appear to this court to be relevant. Sustained.
You were asked some general questions about what suspects do, how they react on various occasions. You recall those questions you were just asked?
Yes.
So do all suspects agree to meet with law enforcement and sit down with them?
No.
Do all suspects who have attorneys agree to come in and sit down and meet with law enforcement after they're charged?
No.
And Michelle never refused to talk to you with her attorney, did she?
I'm sorry. Whoops.
I'll rephrase the question. When she was with her attorney, she never refused and stopped answering questions, did she?
Each interview ended, but she didn't stop it before the natural ending. So,
In
yeah.
fact, yes, in other words, when you were done, that's when she was done, right?
We would ask her if she had any questions for us, and as long as there were none, it was complete.
And she then brought up Pavel's Tacoma, didn't she? When you asked if they have anything else, any other questions, she did bring up the Tacoma, even if it didn't come up in what she was doing at 80 Mountain Spring Road, right? She brought it up.
Yes, in interview one, yes.
Incidentally, when at one point in the second video, Attorney Bowman gets up and leaves the room for a minute, she started talking even without her lawyer, and you had to tell her to stop and wait till he gets back, right?
That's correct.
And in terms of what you often see based on the question of what you'd expect or not expect, when some people you question them, they appear confident, don't they?
Yes.
And sometimes people who are lying appear confident, right?
Yes.
But sometimes people who are telling the truth are confident as well, right? Appearing so.
Yes.
And when you look someone in the eye, you can't tell if they're lying or not just by looking at their eyes, right?
Object, Judge. Relevance outside the scope.
Well, the area is interrogation in order to determine the truth. The question here is, you cannot determine the truth. This is the question, by looking in someone's eyes. So the court's going to allow the question.
Counselor, you just re-ask it, please.
Re-ask it.
Yes, please.
You can't tell whether somebody the truth by just looking at their eyes, right?
So there are indicators, but it's not like a lie detector.
Right. And you just can't tell by the tone of their voice whether they're telling the truth or not, right?
I would give the same answer.
And sometimes people did give you different accounts of an event, right?
Yes,
And sometimes that's evidence that they're lying, right?
yes,
And sometimes when they're giving you different accounts, they're mistaken, right?
yes,
Sometimes, in fact, during these videos, you've admitted you were mistaken about certain things you were saying, correct? Certain facts.
correct.
You later realized that they were incorrect. You had either been told something that was incorrect, right?
Yeah, yes,
Or you had interpreted something or remembered something incorrect, right?
yes,
In fact, even Mr. McGinnis pointed out, when you look at Weather Underground, it's kind of a difficult site to navigate sometimes, isn't it?
yes.
And by the way, you had, before June 2nd, 2019, you had never met Michelle Troconis before, right?
That's correct.
So you didn't know what she was like on a day-to-day basis before that, right?
That's correct.
Or how she reacted to any other situation, right?
Correct.
By the way, towards the end there, we just watched some of the Starbucks video, correct?
Yes,
Now, on May 24th, correct me if I'm wrong, the hair that you see on Mr. Dulos's head in the Starbucks video is about the length of your hair as it is right now, right?
I would say it's a little shorter, but they're both short.
But it wasn't a shaved head like we see Sergeant Ventresca's head, right?
No, not a shape.
His head, it looks like, it's shiny, waxed, whatever, bowling ball, right? I hope he's not listening.
Those are your words, Counselor.
Yes,
Mhm.
my words. But you want me to rephrase the question?
He has a shaved head.
He has a shaved head where there's no sign of hair at all, right?
Yes,
And you do see some hair on Mr. Dulos's head in the Starbucks video on the evening of May 24th, 2019. right?
yes.
And I just have a couple more questions. I'm going to, before I stop, I'm going to ask my colleague whether I missed anything. But when you talked about Albany Avenue and Route 44, where the Starbucks is, right?
Okay.
The travel time from that location where the Starbucks is at Bishop's Corner in West Hartford to where the cameras were observing the vehicle was just about 4 minutes, correct? Further down towards Hartford, right?
I don't know what the travel time was. I don't know that that's not accurate.
Okay. Well, again, the jury has seen cameras, video, and have looked at the times from different perspectives. But I'm saying that you're not disagreeing with me that it's 4 minutes further down the road.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Can I just have a moment? I was reminded of one other point now. You were asked a couple of questions just now about you seeing the Raptor turning down a side street and going someplace before it returns to Albany Avenue, correct?
Correct.
But you're aware there were video cameras on Homestead Avenue, right?
I don't think I knew that there were any on Homestead.
Okay. Were you aware that there were videos that were played here that showed the Tacoma going at different points and turning corners and coming back towards Albany Avenue?
Jackson, formal question, Judge.
Well, again, the witnesses are sequestered, which means the witnesses should not have discussed their testimony with any other witness. So the question is, were you aware that another witness saw a video of recordings taken from a building on Homestead Avenue?
Judge, if I may also, I think it mischaracterizes the evidence as well.
Well, first of all, there's a sequestration order in effect, so the court is not going to allow that question.
I don't believe I mentioned any of the witnesses. I mentioned the fact that videos, not what people saw in videos.
Well, the court thought it heard the question as another witness testified about a video on Homestead Avenue. Were you aware of that?
Then if I said that, I misspoke, so let me withdraw that and I'll ask a different way. You're aware that video cameras from buildings along that other route were obtained by the state police in the course of this investigation, those off of Albany Avenue, right?
Buildings from along Homestead.
Right, and Chrysalis Center and a few other gas station surveillance video, you're aware of that, right?
Yes.
Judge, I'm just going to object to this one. I think it mischaracterizes the evidence.
Well, what is the mischaracterization, Attorney McGinnis?
Your Honor, it's state's understanding that there is only one video off of Albany Avenue when it turns. Counsel is suggesting that there are multiple videos, and so that's the mischaracterization.
Thank you.
There were
So
multiple shown to the jury, so I'm using that fact that the state presented. If they don't remember it, I believe I have a good faith reason
Well,
to ask
but
that
rather
question.
than, in order not to generate confusion, if the witness testifies that, yes, this witness is aware that there were video recordings from a camera on Homestead Avenue and from cameras at other places, that question can be asked.
All right. Were you aware, sir, that video cameras from other locations that were off Albany Avenue, that is, that the alleged travel of the vehicle were also obtained?
Just going to object, Your Honor. That's a different question.
Well, if it is a different question, counsel has abandoned his previous question.
Very well, Judge.
I'm aware that video was sought from Chrysalis Center, which is not C4 video.
Right, I'm saying other than C4 video. There was other cameras that were reviewed and or seized.
That is correct.
Okay. And you're also aware that in that entire route, investigators checked dumpsters and other trash receptacles along that block.
That's correct.
There was no other video that was obtained that showed any other stops other than at a stoplight, correct?
I don't know that.
You don't know that.
I don't know that.
You also know that there were efforts to search dumpsters or garbage pails along Milford and Homestead Avenue.
Yes.
Their cadaver dogs were brought in to smell around.
Yes.
There were no other hits or trash or anything recovered in any other place, correct?
I don't know what hits, but there was no other evidence recovered along that route. No.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
You were asked by Attorney Schoenhorn on pre-cross examination about how different suspects can react different ways. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
You were asked a series of questions that began with sometimes. Do you recall that line of
Yes.
questioning? Isn't it true that sometimes suspects think they can talk their way out of something and speak with the police?
Absolutely. Yes.
And isn't it true that sometimes suspects try to lie for people they care about?
These are all leading questions, Your Honor, and if he wants to ask general questions, yes, but these are, isn't it true that is a leading question,
Well,
and argumentative.
the court does not see the questions as argumentative. What the court hears this area of questioning to be is almost a primer on or anecdotal evidence of police interrogations. Now, that door was opened, overruled.
Sometimes suspects will lie to protect people they care about. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you can tell the truth by looking into someone's eyes. Do you recall that question on cross-examination?
I do, sir.
And I believe you indicated that you cannot tell just by looking in someone's eyes.
That's correct.
And that's why the state police continued to conduct an investigation into the defendant's claims even after June 6th, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in fact, in August, you asked the defendant, or Detective Clabby asked the defendant point blank, whether or not she had been 100% truthful during her first two interviews, correct?
Objection outside the scope of recross. I didn't bring up anything about August 13th, and it's clearly leading now. And that has not yet come in. What happens on August 13th will be revealed when the videos are played.
Well, the question has to do with whether or not at a later date the defendant admitted or there was an indication that the defendant was not 100% truthful. If the date was left out, the question would still be admissible. Did the defendant at any time indicate that she was not 100% truthful? So the fact that there was mentioned August 13th in this court view doesn't render the question inadmissible.
Yeah, but I would also note that would be a mischaracterization, the way this, of what she actually said, and we could get into it, but that's not right now being played. So that's, it's not how she characterized it.
Respectfully, counsel went into numerous recross examination about what sometimes people do. He cross-examined the detective, essentially trying to suggest that Mr. Troconis was being truthful and the detective wouldn't know any better. And so I'm exploring that avenue which he opened the door to at this point.
Again, the question, because perhaps the question itself was not quoted word for word, counsel is objecting as a mischaracterization. The court does not remember the word for word exchange. But the court does recall in a subsequent interview that the term 100% truthful was used. The court does not recall the word for word exchange. The court is not going to foreclose the question, but if there's an objection as to mischaracterization, the court at this time would not be able to determine that it was or was not mischaracterized. But the court's not foreclosing the question, but the court is not able at this point to determine whether it's a mischaracterization.
Was the defendant asked by either you or Detective Clabby whether or not she was ready to admit that she had not been 100% truthful in her first two interviews?
Yes.
And what was her answer?
She indicated she had not been 100% truthful.
Nothing further.
And that was after you told her you had proof that Fotis Dulos could not have been home that morning, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
And have you concluded with Detective Kimball, Attorney McGinnis?
Yes, Judge.
Detective Kimball, you may step down. Sure.
We'll be recalling the detective. Judge, we do have another witness available. May I just have a moment with Attorney Schoenhorn?
Yes.
Just ask Sergeant to step out for just a moment if we could. Judge, we have a very, hopefully a very short witness. Is Trooper Szynski up?
Oh.
And I'll just indicate, Your Honor, Sergeant Butin, I think is going to be a little lengthier, so I don't know that it makes sense to start him today, but we do have a shorter witness.
It probably makes more sense for Flo to take the shorter witness.
I could do that, Your Honor. I'll jump in on Trooper Suzanne Sedensky. If I may just have a moment. If I may have a moment with counsel, Your Honor.
Yes.
If I may just have something marked, Your Honor, while I'm.
Yes.
Thank you. If I may, Your Honor, the short witness was just downstairs.
Thank you.
Your Honor, Trooper Sedensky is here. If I could ask her to take the stand, please. Thank you.
Can you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear, solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
You can lower your hand. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Susanna Shadensky, SusannaSedenSzki.
And your affiliation, please.
Connecticut State Police.
Thank you.
And you may be seated.
Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Trooper. How are you?
Good, thank you.
How long have you worked for the Connecticut State Police?
This is my 10th year.
And what is your current rank and assignment?
I'm a detective with the State Police Cybercrime Unit.
What is the State Police Cybercrime Unit?
So the Cybercrime Unit, we were established in 2018, and we basically deal with a lot of digital forensics, video downloads, computer analysis, phone downloads. We also do business email compromise and other cyber-related investigations.
Could you briefly explain to the jury some of your training and experience as a Connecticut State Trooper, please?
So I started with the State Police in 2014. Prior to the State Police, I worked 12 years as a computer consultant. And when the Cybercrime Unit was established in 2018, I was selected as one of the investigators in the unit due to my computer knowledge and background.
Were you in that unit in June of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Drawing your attention to that June of 2019, did you have occasion to respond to 77 Mountain Spring Road in Farmington?
Yes, I did.
What type of property is 77 Mountain Spring Road?
It's a residential, it's a house.
Why did you respond there?
The Leicester District Major Crimes Unit was conducting an investigation, and they required our assistance as a cybercrime unit to download video footage from the residence.
Did you meet with the homeowners there?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review their surveillance equipment?
Yes, standard. When we go and download videos, the first thing that we do is basically we look at the unit to see who is the manufacturer, how it functions, and we take notes of it.
Was there a particular camera or angle that you were interested in?
Yes, we were requested to download the footage that was facing the residence driveway, and it was also facing the road, Mountain Spring Road.
When you went to the property at 77 Mountain Spring Road, did they have a camera angle that covered the road?
Yes, they did.
Were you able to view that on their camera system?
Yes, we were.
Was there a specific time or, well, withdraw that. Was there a specific day you were requested to download?
Yes, we were asked to download from May 19th, May 19th through May 26th of 2019.
I'm sorry, was that May 19th until when?
May 26th.
Okay.
That's in real time.
That's the real time. You mentioned real time. What time was displayed on the camera system? Was it accurate?
No, the camera system was actually 1 day and 10 minutes ahead of the real time.
How did you determine that?
What we do usually is we have a department issued cellular phone, and we compare the time on the phone that's given by the provider to the actual data on the camera system.
Let me ask you this. When you were there at 77 Mountain Spring Road and you were downloading the video, were you able to actually look at the camera system as it is being utilized in real time at that moment?
That is correct. Most camera systems do show a date and a timestamp on the screen. There's a monitor attached. The camera system almost looks like a video recorder system with a monitor attached, and the monitor usually shows us the different cameras that are connected to the system, and it shows a date and a time of the system and the footage being recorded.
Now, with respect to two specific days, I know you said you downloaded did you download that whole week?
That is correct, we did.
Okay. Specifically with May 23rd, 2019, with the time difference, what would that show up on the camera system as?
May 23rd would show May 24th, and then an added 10 minutes to the time.
And by time system, is that conveyed on the actual video screen?
Yes.
And May 24th, what time would that show on the actual screen?
If it's May 24th in real time, then it would be May 25th plus added 10 minutes to an actual time.
Now, after you saw that and conferred the time, did you download that video?
That is correct. So we grabbed video footage from May 20th through May 27th, which was the DVR's time.
How long did it take you to download that video?
It took us several hours. We started probably around like 5:30 in the afternoon, and it took us, I don't think we got out before like midnight.
And that was at the residence?
Yes.
Now, what did you do after you obtained the video?
After the video was obtained, I took the footage to the cybercrime unit, which is over at State Police Headquarters in Middletown. And I secured it we have a secure storage location, and that's why I locked it in.
Okay. Did you save a copy as well?
Yes, I did.
With respect to States 81, I believe there's no objection. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
Just briefly, if I can.
Has State 81 been offered?
I believe yes, Your Honor, I would offer it. I believe there's no objection if it can be moved into a full exhibit at this time.
Thank you. States 81 admitted as well.
Thank you. Just if you could take a look at the screen, either in front of you or behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's correct. So that's depicting that the video footage from Channel 4, which was the actual the driveway was named as Channel 4 on the system. The 2019 0524 is actually the month and the date. 0800 or 0800 is the actual time.
Okay. And with respect to the dates and times reflected on States 81, what does it start with again?
So it starts at 2019, May 24th at midnight.
Okay. And that if it is a day and 10 minutes ahead of time, what is that in real time?
That's in real time. If that's the DVR time, that should be May 23rd, 10 minutes ahead, 23:50.
And what does it go to?
It goes all the way until May 25th at 2300 hours, which is 11 p.m.
Okay. And real time, that would be?
That would be May 24th, May 24th at 10:50 p.m.
And the player on the bottom, what is this?
So each video recording system, or some of them, they come with their own player, which is the most efficient way, the most clearest way to actually look at the video. So when we are saving the video footage from a DVR, we actually save the player program with it at the same time.
So Exhibit 81 contains essentially 2 days worth of the 7 days that you downloaded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will leave it at that. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good.
I won't stand at their podium, excuse me. That's theirs. So that I want to be clear, you actually have downloaded on that disk an entire week's worth of video, is that right?
That is correct.
And unlike some video, this is not a motion activated video, was it?
This was a motion activated video.
This was motion activated? Oh. So it only went on when it caught vehicles or movement in the vision
That is correct.
that is within the camera?
Yes,
Okay. You said that the time embedded in it was off by a day and 10 minutes, correct?
that is correct.
And you've explained that, so I'm not going to have you do the math again. But each clip that's on that exhibit is how long, on Exhibit 81?
I would have to look at the clip again in order to, I don't remember how long the clips were.
All right, but however many there are, each one is a clip until it turned on, until it turned off again, correct?
So sometimes it's the system itself that will determine. So we just give it the time frame that we would like to download the clips in between. And depending on the system, on the DVR system, it will actually cut up the video footage into chunks on its own. So we don't really have a control over that. We were not downloading it. I believe it may have been an hour increments. That's what the system did it on its own.
Oh, that was going to be my next question. So each of those files that we just saw up on the screen is approximately 1 hour or some less?
I believe it's approximately 1 hour, but the DVR system determines that.
Okay, all right. And you said that just to download it took about 5 or more hours.
Probably, yes. Yeah, it's about,
And the person who showed you the video system, the name of the people was Manafort, correct?
that is correct. I
Those are the-
believe we met with Mrs. Manafort.
Mrs.
that night.
Manafort,
Yes,
the owner, she was one of the owners of 77 Mountain Spring Road, right?
yes.
And does the system, do you need to use the proprietary player in order to play those clips?
That's the best way of doing it in order to get the best reliable video footage so it doesn't skip, the image is not distorted, so you get the best quality.
So if the date in the video says May 25, we should really be thinking it's a day earlier, May 24.
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zelensky, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would that conclude the state's witnesses for today?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude today's session. Tomorrow, do we begin with Sergeant Butin?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow we will begin the session at 10 o'clock. The state will continue its presentation, calling Sergeant Butin. Please do not discuss the case or view any media, read any media about the case. Have a good evening.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m.